middle people, the middle class, right? Our dollar isn't going as far as it used to, right? So trying to buy a home, which is like the best way to try to, try to understand it, right? A home back in prior to COVID, $400,000, right? With that interest rate at 2%, you could buy, a 2,000 square foot home. Now you can't buy that same home at 400,000 over the rates, right? Now that home is $1 million home. So it's pricing a lot of people out of the system. So there is some truth about it, but the whole Federal Reserve and how it's separate from the actual federal government, that to me doesn't make any freaking sense.
Yeah,
It
the
Like,
well,
homeownership is
it
very
does make.
important.
Go,
Homeownership
like,
is very important.
like
well,
I.
yeah, I agree. Go ahead, sis.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like I said, I'm not. I didn't go to college, and I don't have the degrees. I'm just the average American woman living in America. I'm in
And your
Illinois.
perspective is important.
Yeah, so so I could, I may be dumb, but
You're
I
not
I
don't
dumb.
say
understand.
that, sis.
You're not
Well,
dumb.
I'm just. Well, thank you.
It just
I'm just
you might just
saying.
be uninformed. We
Yes,
having a
that's a
conversation.
huge,
That's how you
yeah,
get
that's
Very
informed.
true.
different. There's a huge difference.
Well, thank you. Yes. So just based off like my everyday living, um, I understand the policies and the rules and regulations and how the system is set up, and you have to do it this way. I get all that, but these things only exist because we put them in place. It's a
Mhm.
push of a button. We're going to do it this way, or we're not going to do it that way. You know what I mean? And I say that to say this, as far as like the inflation and the economy and everything that's going on, is just, I don't, like I said, just based off how, like, my experience in living in the world, these things are only in place because we put them in place. I mean, we could completely just drop inflation. We can completely just let it go back to how it was before COVID. I mean, because we're rising the price, of course everything else is going to go up with it, but we don't have to do that.
Well, not net. Well, the reason
So
why we
hold
have
on,
so
Marky.
much
Hold on,
inflation.
Marky. Hold on, Marky. Let me say this. Let me say this. So this is why I say it's just made up, right? So the Brentwood Agreement. When I learned about this, I knew it was rigged. I knew it was rigged, right? So after World War II, all the countries got together and decided that America was going to be the world's currency, right? That's
Yeah.
why you could use the dollar everywhere in the world, right?
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
Nixon came along, and because of the wars and the pressures of the economy and stuff like that, he moved away from the gold standard and moved to the fiat system, right? Which is
Hmm.
basically our word, a IOU, a big ass IOU, right, around the
Hmm.
Mhm.
world. And it's like our entire system is built on I got you later, man. I'll pay you back on the back end. Like, and it's just like this
And let
is
me say
it,
something.
it's
Can I say something
cards.
about that real quick? Even with the whole debt that we're in, the $1 trillion of debt. I'm sorry,
17.
but just my opinion on this, and this is how I think. I'm sorry, but a country that can legally make and print its own money can never tell me that they're in debt. Just make enough to pay the debt off. It's not like you putting it out
Well,
there.
no, when
Like,
you print more money, it decreases the value of your dollar.
But we
Yeah.
But
moved away
we,
from the gold
but we,
system. It's all fiat. So
but what I'm
how could
saying
you?
is just print how much money you need to pay off your debt. Just the debt. Just
No,
pay
Stuff
the
it's
is
debt
based
off.
off
This
the
no,
this
but
is
people.
that's
money you
not
owe.
it.
This is
It's
money
based
that's
off
in
the
that's
people.
already in circulation. This money that you owe people already. It's already in circulation. So it's already
Right.
accounted for. It's just the debt. Make
So,
enough money to pay
right.
it off,
Well,
clear it out, wipe it out. Because they're not going to say, "Oh, we're even, Steven. Forget about the debt."
well,
Just make enough money
the
to pay
way
it off.
how though if I was a conservative and I had their mindset, the way how you would do this is you would sit down the same way you would do your household, all your household bills and expenditures. You would
Mm-hmm.
see, okay, how much money am I bringing in from my job every single month, or maybe I get an SI check or whatever, and I dole it out to these services. And if something I can't pay for, whatever it is, maybe it's that hot water heater, I'm gonna suffer without it, but I gotta cut that
What
so that I can
conservatives are you
start.
talking about, Marky? Then not the ones now. We like real conservatives. I'm
No,
talking
right,
about
Yeah.
right,
real.
right. But that's what I'm saying.
Because
If
the
I
real
was a real
conservatives would just take
conservative,
over. They would
right?
take over a foreign leader and try to lay claim to their oil. That's what they would do if they had to pay some bills.
I don't disagree with that, box of Scott. But all I'm saying is, if we pull in as an economy $6 trillion a year, if I was a conservative, I would probably cut a lot from the Defense Department.
Yes.
Shit. I would probably raise taxes on the top 1%
Billionaires.
earners by about 3 to 4%. Like I think that's how you start getting the debt to move backwards. And like the Defense Department, we just gave them $1 trillion last
And
year.
they've failed their 14th audit in a row.
Exactly. Like that place
Okay,
is
so
a
I
money
get what you
pit.
mean. Stop putting money in places that don't need to go and pay the debt off. I understand
Exactly.
that. And
Right.
so like I said, I that's just my opinion, you know. I'm sorry, but this country is not going to be able to convince me that we're really that much in debt. We make
You'd
our
be
own money.
surprised.
We're
You'd be
terrible.
print our own money.
surprised. No, as easy as it is for people to obtain credit, there are people who make less than 6 figures that are 6 figures in debt.
No, I'm
No.
talking about with the country being able to legally print its own money.
Oh,
I
that's
get what
based
you're
off
saying.
taxes
I
and
get what
every
you're
country
I'm
saying.
talking about the country, the ones who are in charge of those operating machines, the one who say we're going to print this much money today, we're going to shred this amount.
But that's the job
We're
of
going
the
to shred
Federal
this amount of money
Reserve.
today.
But that's the job of the Federal Reserve. And earlier to what the brother said of why he didn't think the Federal Reserve should be independent from the executive. That's the exact reason why. Like
Yeah,
you don't
exactly.
want
Yeah.
Donald Trump there just saying print as much money as you can, print as much money for ICE, print as much
I mean, they're
money
basically
for
doing it
Venezuela and
anyway.
Greenland.
I mean, they're
We'll
basically
get
doing it anyway.
trillions and
But they're just
trillions and
disguising it.
billions of dollars
I mean, they're
from
basically doing it
printing.
anyway. They just
Can I-
disguise it under this.
No,
disguise it
they're
under
not
that.
because they have a central bank board
Let
that
me,
votes on that type of stuff.
Can I
You
tell
see,
you?
And as
kind of
long
right
as
though,
on the
Marky
list
Dan.
they have it
During
labeled
COVID,
as, we're going to
during
put it as
COVID, they
this.
did. It was a lot of money that disappeared and was unaccounted for. So they
But
did
that's
pay them.
but that's because but that's the whole point of a central bank, Boxer Scholar, for when you go through depression era stuff or when you go through crises and pandemics, so you can print your own money so that you could give your economy a little boost. But
Yeah,
you shouldn't do that shit just because you're in debt. Like that would be a disaster.
yeah.
Let me
Every
tell you a
country
story.
has debt.
Let me
It's part
say
of life.
that.
Real quick.
Let me say that I don't want us to like go into that because I know that's never my opinion of it is never gonna happen. I know that was kind of also like a little bit of a humor, but just my opinion. So y'all don't have to go into that. I understand.
No, I get exactly
why
what you're
It's
that-
saying.
good conversation.
No,
You know-
It's good conversation, Queen.
I get exactly what you're saying. You're saying like, bro, how could you have debt if you could literally just print the thing that
could clear the debt out.
yeah.
Let me tell you a story real quick. So after World War One, Germany had to pay reparations to France, and that's exactly what they did. They, some of their territory got taken away, and they're just not in a great financial place. So that's exactly what they did. They just started printing money, and it caused what's called hyperinflation,
Mm-hmm.
where the price of the Deutschmark dropped so far that
All the barrels.
you would
to the
have to take a
queen.
barrel of money just
You
buy
have to
one.
get bread.
To the
Yeah.
queen,
Yes, I'm
to the
familiar.
queen that
That's
was
crazy.
talking, to the queen that was talking just a minute ago. Like hyperinflation was so bad in Germany after they started printing after they just started printing money to pay off their reparations. There's literally pictures of poor ass ghetto little children in Germany playing with big ass pallets full of money.
Stacks of
That's
cash.
worthless.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens when you just keep printing it. That's what happens when you have an idiot like Trump who would
They
be in
said
charge
that-
of printing money.
They said the money was more valuable as firewood than it was as actual currency.
Oh
Yeah.
wow! See, and that's
Hey,
also
can
going
I
to go back to what
can I ask
said.
a question?
Oh.
Like genuinely ask a question. I don't know the answer to this, but can anybody on the conference here actually tell me who does America owe all these trillions of dollars to?
Japan and China?
A lot of it's to China.
It's
I
ourselves.
keep hearing
technically.
China. I don't know
Japan
though.
and China.
No, it's really
China.
ourselves, technically. A lot of it is a books balancing issue if we really want to look at how the system is operating.
That sounds legit too.
Well, yeah, we raised the debt ceiling by I think like $4 trillion just this past year with the big beautiful bill. So I would agree with that. Yeah, a lot
We
of
owe it
is
to
just
Elon Musk.
So
Yeah,
who would we say actually owes the debt?
The people do. We pay for
America.
it.
I mean, it's
more
our tax
more
debt.
specific within the term of people. Like what?
No,
do we mean
I'm
when we
like
say
being
people?
literal. Like all of us have to pay for it. Every person.
So
Just like
this
how
is
it's
a-
the
This is
man.
a constitution. This is a constitutional democratic republic. So it's all of us. We
Yeah.
chose
Just
these people who chose these people to run this money. So
Right.
it is our fault.
And
and
let me
just like
expand
how
on
the man
mm,
can never be pinpointed, whoever owes this debt can't either. We all owe it.
There
exactly.
you go.
I would want to expand on that by saying people kind of goes off into the form of entities also. So it's like, think about companies, corporations, especially with
Yeah,
whatever the
entities.
hell's
Yeah.
been going on with AI lately, how some of these AI companies get billions of dollars in funding. It's like,
I work
where
in
where
tech.
would you pull that? Yeah, same.
What-
So it's like, where would you get those billions of dollars from if it's not just people setting up, a lot of corporations are just, pulling out personal funds or trust wherever it comes from. It's just mostly credit that isn't leveraged how it should be in terms of like book balancing in a personal take.
I got a question because I recall not too long ago hearing about China buys like our securities or something, and they were
Yeah.
talking about what is I don't quite understand that. Does anyone have an understanding of our
You'd have to look
securities?
at how like the social security system is set up to look at securities. It's in the
No,
name.
it's like security bonds. Like it's my understanding that they're buying
exactly.
our notes and our bonds, right? Which is like a huge, it's our debt. And so like
Exactly.
China, they're financing our debt in a certain way.
So
Well, they used to have.
on
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
a personal note, like speaking in terms of the individual, we're all linked to let's say security bonds via our social security number, if that makes sense. So
Okay.
there's a way to find, like most businesses have like DUNS numbers and QSIP numbers and things like that. We also as individuals have that, which is more so routable via our social security number. Most of them have numbers on the back. Sometimes it can be traced to which Federal Reserve I guess location it was issued from, and then that Federal Reserve is part of the culmination of the entire entity that holds specific funds based off of whichever individual is issued under that reserve bank, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like as the individual, is kind of your duty to take a fiduciary role to allocate whatever funds under your personal bank. Wow, this is weird to put into like layman's terms, but like if you can consider yourself a personal bank, the Federal Reserve is like where your money is held, and it's technically our responsibility to make sure that whatever money the government is using, because they do have access to it considering it's their social security system, is leveraged in our name. So like it gets into a really deep dive, but you can search your name and your credentials to see which entity, whether it's a country or a company, is using your security interest, like your security bond, to let's say take out a loan or put the money towards their company or their interest. So that could be part of the whole grand scheme of how the US is just able to take money out of nowhere.
And this also has something to do with the fact that the U.S. dollar is the world's reserve currency as well, right?
Yes.
But it also has
the dollar, yes,
I
but not the
don't.
Federal Reserve note that we use today.
And that was the most
It
brilliant
also
thing.
has. It also has to do with the fact that, and I don't necessarily agree with Trump on everything that comes with his trade and tariff policy, but I do agree with him on China having such a massive trade surplus with us. Like they have probably the most uneven economy in the entire world.
Yo, Marky, let me pause you right there. Let me pause you right there, Marky. Let me pause you right there. Because I remember, I remember. Just hold your point. Don't forget it. I remember being in high school and Barack Obama was president, and they literally like Barack Obama announced that he was borrowing like I think $1 trillion or $6 trillion from China. So not only do they have our bonds, which I don't understand what that means, like the gentleman said earlier, but we're borrowing money from them. So that kills the whole point about us intervening with Venezuela because of the oil they were providing to China, and China is interfering. It like we do business, bro. They have our debt.
Yeah, they're double dipping.
Yeah, but not only that, what I was gonna say about the trade surplus and why China owns so much of our security bonds, they take in a lot of U.S. currency because the U.S. is probably their I said the U.S. is probably the number one importer of Chinese products in the entire world. So they have a really steady inflow of U.S. currency, and they take that currency and they invest it in other safer assets, and by doing that, they keep the I think it's called the yuan, the Chinese dollar. That
Yep.
keeps the Chinese dollar weak. It
Now,
keeps
mind
it
you,
at a certain level. So when foreigners decide they want to come buy shit from China, that stuff stays cheap.
now mind
You
you, not
understand what I'm
to
saying?
cut the brother off, but the key word in his statement is assets. They don't use, so it's not like how we think transactions work, where like these niggas is using PayPal. Like, nah, they're buying up the securities as they are in their original form. Like that's the true currency, if you want to keep it in relevant terms. Like they, like you said, transfer it from a security to whatever relevant asset in their own currency is actually going to keep that value. It's not somewhere how we're looking at like a day trading chart where the value of the dollar goes up and down. Like, nah. When it says it's worth $100,000, whatever that translates to in the yuan, like obviously per the current currency standards, stock market wise, or what is it called? Just regular
Valuation.
No, the oh my god, just the fiat market. There we go. Fiat market wise, like whatever the value of that currency is whenever they trade it over is exactly what it would say. It's not like a transaction where you would actually lose value or you would have to worry about let's say fees or taxes or anything like that. Like it's not the same type of occurrence. We have our own, I mean, the USC and the UCC.
What China does, brother, they print more yuan as they take in more US currency
via the same system though.
Yeah, and you're correct. You're correct. It's still 100,000 USD would still be like a billion yuan. So you're correct.
Right. But I'm saying they take advantage of the same system via their own citizens. And I mean, for all respects, due to the people of China, there are a good number of them that take advantage of that. That's kind of like, not to give them any type of light, but that's kind of how Saudi Arabia does it. Like when their citizens issue anything regarding like a purchase, it's more so just attached to whatever security bond is issued in their name when they're born. Like it's more that's how you can have generations of family just all be wealthy out of nowhere, and they don't really have to do anything. It's just family ties. It's kind of the equivalent of like a trust fund baby over here, realistically. Right.
Well, what China really messed up in is they manipulated the market. They made their own domestic products cheap to not incentivize their their countrymen to purchase things from abroad. And then at the same time they're flooding other markets with their cheap stuff. That's the problem that I have with China. They did that on purpose to screw with us.
Yeah.
I have something to say. It's completely, totally ain't got nothing to do with we talking about, but I just want to say it real quick. I think your name is Marky. Is it Marky?
Is that Demi?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Who is that? Is that Demi? Or who are you?
Switch. No, I don't know you.
Hold on, sister. Flag on the play. He just mixed you up for a white woman. Marky, then you are banned from my panel.
Demi is literally a black woman that goes to my brother Truth Zone's channel. She sounds just like
So
Demi.
now you doxing your loved ones. That's why I can't trust you, Marky Dan.
Oh. I was going to say he brought our little icons up, and I wanted to comment. I saw you had Fred Hampton as your icon picture, and I was going to say, I know that's right, brother, because I went to Chicago Museum, the Black History Museum, and I actually saw the door that they shot through, and I actually saw the jacket that he was
Are you wearing. Ready for a revolution?
Yeah, so it was so surreal just to experience that and just to see all that. So I just wanted to make that comment. And like I said, it didn't have nothing to do with we talking about. Okay, go back to the subject.
Yeah, I love Fred Hampton. I love him.
Yeah,
they had to kill him. They had to
He's
kill
the dude that set Fred up. He not real. Marky Dan's not real.
Go somewhere.
Nah, he actually smart. I be messing with him. Nah, he's actually really very wise for his age. I just be trying to teach him because he got a YouTube channel. Y'all go sub up to Marky Dan. I be trying to teach him like it's about entertainment and it's about he don't know. He's still young, so he reactionary. He don't know how to like be calm when he's supposed to, turn up when he's supposed to. He gonna get there though.
The fire still.
I'm just worried about speaking facts. Right. That's all I'm worried about. I can be as emotional as I can be, but
he one of them dudes that you tell don't say the word, and he's so young he wants to say the word that you tell him don't say.
You just passionate. That's all.
No. In this case, you'd be like, Marky Dan, don't say this. You too forbid this. He'd be like, what you? He'll
Oh.
repeat it right after you say it.
Oh,
I'm getting
Okay.
better.
Nah, yeah, he's getting worse, Marky Dan. If anything, you might be getting worse.
Oh,
But
geez.
but yeah, back to this currency stuff that y'all was talking about. China's not our enemy, bro. China, that's when you talk about propaganda. That is the biggest propagandist thing that's ever been said. That China's our enemy. They still meet with
Disagree.
those leaders, kiss their ass, bro. You can disagree all you want to, bro. They
I'm just
own our
saying.
debt.
Nah, yeah, they're the biggest.
We do
Disagree.
business with them, bro. There is no way America can exist as a superpower
And
without
Japan owns
making
one of our
other
debt.
people's superpowers as well
UK
and
right
working
now
with them.
owns second.
Hey,
China's
salute to my
third.
guy Kazi. Salute to my guy Kazi. Happy New Year.
What we saying, Dexter? You interrupted me to get interrupted. See, that's called karma. But not. Go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. What was you
Go
saying?
ahead. Okay, so I'm just saying that China is our number one enemy because they're the ones who are constantly threatening nuclear war against us. They're the ones who are attacking us from within. They're the ones who are destabilizing us inside. You know, when you think about who's funding the protests, you know, who's funding a lot of the corporations to deny us of our freedom of speech.
Same
You know.
corporations that was in the White House.
When is China threaten nuclear war against us?
Yeah,
I
man, you
don't,
just
I don't
making
think
stuff
that's
up, bro.
accurate.
Well, they constantly do. They're blaming us for everything. Everything.
No,
that
we
they-
blame
that they
them
have
for
problems.
everything.
No,
Can
no.
we-
I follow China a lot. It's really late, so I'm
But when
having trouble.
they threaten us with nuclear war, answer me that.
a couple of
They
times, like
they
every other
constantly
country.
do. They constantly do, especially with the Taiwan situation.
North Korea.
North Korea, absolutely, yeah. North Korea.
So
You
can
know,
we?
North Korea wouldn't
we just-
exist if it wasn't for China. You know.
Can we just make it
They
a
talk about-
foundational understanding that China is not physically capable of doing anything to the U.S.? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
if we
Yes,
really
they-
want to
yes,
keep
they
it a
are.
buck,
If
we,
they,
Not-
if they
yeah.
take Taiwan, like they cut off like
Yeah.
about 40% of our semiconductor
Somebody said
40%
with
of our
Taiwan.
semiconductor imports.
right. That's what I'm saying. They have to be very strategic. Physical capability is not a concern when it comes to countries overtaking the U.S. It's more so a logic thing. Like we were saying, or somebody was saying earlier, it's more of an education issue
Like,
because there are a lot of
COVID-
countries who like trump us regarding education, and they just honestly they just finesse us when it comes to systematic implementation of like, let's say, military applications or financial agreements or anything, you know, regarding business especially. Oh my God, like a lot of people in the US don't even have their LLCs situated properly, and that's, you know, the beginner stages when
But
you
we
really
don't
want to talk
teach
about
our,
business.
but we don't teach our kids that shit. The
That's
Chinese
that's
teach
the
their
problem.
kids that shit.
That's the problem. So who's really to blame?
And the thing is, the Chinese don't really own anything. Everything's controlled by the Communist Party. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say that's not true. I beat my kid anytime he brings anything less than an A. So that's definitely not true.
Beat 'em.
My grandmother used to
all
be the same
seriousness-
way. I was raised
all
by an immigrant
seriousness-
lady from Grenada.
What I was saying, Dexter, is this: propaganda, bro. It has always existed. McCarthyism and stuff like that, right? Then we're battling communists. Communists used to be the first version. Well, it was the first version of terrorists. Now they just replaced communists with terrorism, and then you're supposed to be dismissive, huh?
So what would have happened if the Soviet Union won the Cold War?
I don't know the
Well,
hypothetical.
they
that you're
wouldn't
asking me.
know. They wouldn't know.
don't know. I don't know.
Communism, yeah, communism, at least in the form which they were using it, was not a successful system.
So
at
Dexter,
all
you know
whatsoever.
what McCarthyism, right? You know a lot of people have been accused of that, like and wrongfully accused as well. It was
It turned into a
propaganda.
witch hunt for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So that's what I mean. And like with this situation that happened with the American citizen that was murdered, they said she was a domestic terrorist, and everybody just wipes their hands of it. Like it's a word that's put in.
This current Cold War is not the same as the old Cold War.
But you're missing what I'm saying. They use propagandist words to make stuff be dismissive. That's the point that I was trying to make. And what they do with China is they do business with China, bro. Like China helps us keep our world dominance. Like we compete with them. Now there's no doubt about that. We definitely compete with them, but they need us just like we need them. That's the reality of it, bro. That's
You
why a
know,
lot of stuff that we have is made in China. If they were our real enemies and we treated them as such, wouldn't be doing as much business with them as we do.
well,
But
the
then,
point was
but that goes back to the capital to capital interests and big money and big pharma and big all that stuff.
exactly.
They didn't want to pay their workers a fair wage. They didn't want to have to deal with the unions, so they went over to China and India and they got slave labor for $2.50 an hour. Like
Mm-mm.
that's like again like that the big corporations is who put us in this position where we're so reliant on China
Yo,
and their
Exactly.
again, it's
slave
the
labor.
finesse of our system.
It normalized all that stuff. It normalized all that horrible human rights abuses and lack of ownership and all that. Lack of transparency, lack of liberties. It's affecting us. It's affecting us.
$2.50 for a 15-hour workday in a sweatshop.
It's crazy,
Mm-mm.
and we're enabling it.
Mm-mm.
That's the one thing, and I don't think Trump is going to be successful with his tariff war. I think the Chinese are just going to wait him out. They know he's probably not going to even survive this entire year, much less make it to year 4. So they're
Yep.
just going to wait that dumb son of a bitch out. Like, I don't think they're really concerned with any of the tariffs. So they're going to keep their system in place. They're going to tell Donald Trump to go sucker you know what. And yeah, the world keeps spinning as it did
And that's
8
why
years ago.
2028 is so important. That's why 2028 is so important.
So I
Marco
think we're kind
Rubio.
of fucking screwed no matter what. Like, on one hand, the isolationists, they talk this big shit about China, but then Trump says, I'm great friends with Xi. Me and Mr. Xi are great friends. And then when he meets him, he looks damn ready to drop on his knees and get to what he was doing with Bubba.
The
And then you had
isolationists.
the AOC folks,
The isolationists
who
don't really
wanna
care about China. They don't care about what Russia. They don't care about Ukraine. They don't care about China. That's what the isolationists are doing.
The
well
thing about
they
China
want
is
to
that you
have
have to.
their own region of their own sphere of influence. So they want that to be Greenland, South America, the Caribbean, and they're pretty much a leave Europe to Russia.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
not
think
what
they're
the
thinking about
isolationists want.
what you say.
That's not what the isolationists want. They want isolationists. Don't want us involved with anything internationally. They just want to clean up, our own house, so to
It
speak.
doesn't work.
Well, I mean, yes, JD Vance and Stephen Miller and Marco, they're not real isolationists. They're hawks covered
They're
in the sheepskin of isolationists. So I will agree with you on that.
well, they're also not stupid. No, you can't be an isolationist. We couldn't.
Stephen
Even if
Miller's
we
pretty
wanted
stupid.
to.
He's pretty stupid. Like I
Fair
would
point.
like, and is Donald Trump, and so is Donald Trump.
Well, the people that you don't hear
They're
about
objectively stupid.
that actually, control, like the Heritage Foundation and those kind of people. Those are the people that are pulling the strings. Donald Trump is just a face head.
I would agree. He said the other day they asked him about that drug lord he pardoned, and he said, "Wait for it. This is it. I don't know him," and that was it. That's all he had to fucking say when they asked him why you pardoned that guy. They
Right.
just
Like who
put
vouched for him to get
shit on his
pardoned?
desk. They just put shit on his desk, and then he'll be like, "Oh, what's this?" And then some dude standing there will be like, "Oh, Mr. President, this is this and this and that. Oh, that sounds really important." And then he signs it. Hey, boy,
Yeah,
that shit is fucking hilarious. So I agree with the brother. I think the Heritage Foundation. I think all those right leaning, fucking far right groups are in control of this man right now.
Yeah, like if you ever, there's like a really good interview with Steve Bannon on Frontline. It's like 2 hours long, but if you listen to it, that man is smart. Like he is diabolically smart, and
He's a
those are the kind of.
kingmaker.
Oh yeah, he built like the entire, um, I guess, book on how to sensationalize politics, and it's just his entire tactic is just hit them with everything, keep it changing every week. Every day there's something different. Trump has invaded or taken the president of Argentina or Venezuela. Sorry.
that kind of originated from Bill Clinton and spin doctoring, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean that's their entire tactic, though. Is just they just pound the media with one story after another to keep you distracted from what they're actually doing.
Hmm.
Pretty much, which is breaking the law and breaking the
I was just
Epstein
about to
Files Act.
say, I don't think at this point, I don't think they have to use distractions. I think it's pretty much what are you going to do about it?
Well, yeah, they don't. They obviously don't care because there's so much discourse and misinformation out there. We're
I would say it's
constantly
definitely
arguing with each
reactionary.
other.
I would say it's definitely reactionary from what's been happening prior. I think Trump was elected because the Republicans were just selling out, to the
Mhm.
corporate world. And Trump is just a symptom.
Mhm.
And he basically says what everybody's thinking, and he just doesn't care about what the establishment has been doing. So he's a disruptor for sure. And I was hoping that he wouldn't run again, and someone like the governor of Florida would run, because then he would be more unifying, right? But since he did win again, which I'm kind of glad, because at least it countered all the craziness from what's been happening under Biden. Okay. And I think that's why he won so overwhelmingly this time, and turned a lot of purple states, to conservatives.
You can thank
But
Elon Musk for that.
I wouldn't put all that on Elon, actually, because that would just discount the American people's, will and awareness of what's actually going on. There's a reason the mainstream media is losing so badly, because they've just become nothing but, propaganda, basically. You know what I mean? People are turning towards independent information.
Yeah, and
That's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not attacking the spirit of America. I'm just attacking about a third of it. But as far as propaganda goes, I mean, I see it from the opposite perspective. I'm not saying like mainstream media is perfect. I don't really pay too much attention to it.
It's a lot less perfect than when I remember when I was a kid. That's for sure. It was very objective, very trustworthy.
I think
it was worse when we were younger.
I think right leaning I think CNN has gotten better than what it was in like 2016 to 2020, and even in 2023. Like, then they brought in the new guy who let Trump come on and shit on them during that town hall. I think ever since then, like, CNN to me has been pretty like both sidesy, and they bring on these just like they bring on the supposedly foremost MAGA pundits who will fight to the death to argue whatever Donald Trump is doing. Like, if Donald Trump goes outside, pulls down his pants, and takes a dump, and it lands on a World War II veteran's head, they will argue, well, the president.
What was his head
What's the
doing,
problem?
man? Why was his head even there?
If it was Obama,
can I ask you guys a question?
Did you know that Barack Obama shitted on every World War II veteran's head whenever he was president? You have to hear stupid shit like that.
But with
Can I ask you guys a question?
But with Fox, like, it is pure state TV propaganda. Like, they don't give a fuck about being fair or balanced or reporting factual news.
Oh, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, and we saw
Depends on what they're doing. Name something. Name a time you've ever looked at Fox and said, "Oh yeah, that's fair and balanced."
No, we saw it in the Voting Dominion lawsuit where they got the
pre September 11th. Fox was fair and balanced because I'm older than you guys.
Bro, you gotta stop. Fox was created by Roger Ailes, who's responsible for propaganda during the Nixon administration, bro. You have to stop.
Fox was, but they were more balanced until after. I remember after September 11th, they went They went
Bro,
crazy, but
they
they were
used
more
to make us
balanced.
watch. They used to make us watch Fox when I was a kid, bro. And I thought the sky was falling, and we were gonna get invaded by North Korea at any second, bro. They have never been fair and balanced, bro. They're not even a news network.
I'm talking about more politically. Like when it came to like the political stuff, it was more balanced. It wasn't so right winged. Like they had a fair balance. But after that, that's where they were going.
And
CNN.
Fox was a direct
Brother, I have to
result.
disagree. If you look at Roger Ailes' writings, he literally talked about it being right leaning, and they needed something for Republicans. And basically, we're just gonna broadcast the Southern strategy. Essentially, is what he said in the creation of it.
How old
Fox,
is everyone?
Fox came about because of all there was CNN before, right? And so there was definitely a political vacuum, and so that's how Fox became popular.
How old is everyone in the chat, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, I'm not by anything to Google it. It can't be that old if Roger Ailes was from the Nixon administration and went over to go ahead and start it. Like, it's so crazy. Like his job for Nixon was literally propaganda. You know what's really interesting is Steve Bannon would come along and then further split the Republican Party with propaganda. Who's going to be the lead propagandist? Like Roger Ailes was the old guard, and he came in, with Albright as the new guard, and kind of like fractured the Republican Party temporarily.
That reminds me of Jane Fonda for some reason.
I think
To answer your
Steve
question,
Bannon.
Rob,
Yes.
I didn't come along till 95, so I'm only 30.
Okay.
I'm probably the youngest one in the chat. Well, no, Marquis, you're
Marky
26, right?
Dan is 12. He ain't even supposed to be on here.
Oh, stop it. I'm probably the second youngest. Second from youngest.
But yeah, Fox News did come and present themselves as a counterbalance. I'm not debating that, but they are definitely not fair. They have never been. Like that's how you know I grew up in the red state. It should be illegal for them to do that. They used to show Fox News in the morning. We would get our breakfast and we would all have to watch Fox.
Who was it? Who made you do that?
The reason
That
why
reporter
I
that
asked
got- Oh, go ahead.
about the age is because I'm 38, or I'm about to turn 38. But the first time I voted was in 2008 for Obama. And I had been following politics before that. I used to do journalism in high school and stuff like that. But after Obama got elected is when shit got really crazy. From at least from like Fox News and stuff. That's like when they really like amped up the rhetoric and fear mongering. That's just my observation.
Who was that journalist who I guess he lied? He got fired because something about he was in a helicopter and lied that he was on the scene or he was a part of something. Was that Fox or CNN?
I'm not
like
familiar with
years
that.
ago.
I know Roger Ailes got sexual assault charges, and he died before he could be prosecuted. Like, why do you get to hit an eject button on life right before you're prosecuted? That is crazy.
You know what's crazy? Also, JFK was a huge pervert, absolute pervert.
Aren't they all?
He was also.
Let's just be real about it. Aren't they all?
I've never heard this before. You educate me. But hold on. When you say it, bro, try to use like code words because somebody could like flag the live.
Oh well, you can just look it
like
up.
PDF file or.
Okay.
Well, it was mostly philandering, and there was like nobody who he wouldn't with, anybody's wife and all sorts of stuff. I guess he was doing a lot of
about
JFK.
Sleeping with somebody's wife is not being a PDF file. That
definitely
called being
not
a Mac.
PDF file.
We call that.
JFK was a player. JFK was a P. Like he was taking trips down to Cuba. Like you gotta understand, this man was a war veteran. You know what I'm saying? Like he had a lot of stress, a lot of tension, a lot of trauma to get.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this.
That's what his wife was for, wasn't it?
Let me ask you this, Dexter. Let me ask you this. Since you care, how do you never told me how you feel about Donald Trump and the Epstein files. That's one thing we never touched. How you feel about that?
Man, JFK loved that black chocolate. That's what he used to go to Cuba for.
So Epstein despised Trump. Okay, and they were just nothing more than just like business partner friends. And so Trump and Epstein had a lot of distance between them. Okay, and who Epstein was closest to was the Democratic Party and closest to Bill Clinton. You know, we have to
Yes,
realize
and
that.
we already know Bill Clinton is undisciplined with his peen. That's how he got in all the trouble that he got into. And
Hey.
nobody would be surprised if Bill Clinton was on that list.
Well,
Okay,
what
No,
let's
well,
focus
what you
on Donald Trump,
to
right?
to the brother who just said that, what you have to remember is Donald Trump just became a Republican in like 2012.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like that don't mean like that don't mean anything. That don't
So
like
if he's close to
exonerate him.
Democrats, then Donald Trump would have been on the list because he used to be a Democrat by his
There
own
you go.
admission.
Do you guys know like Trump's like first moment into politics, like what he did?
He questioned Barack Obama's birth certificate.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Yes. And you know what I thought was really weird? That before Donald Trump threw his bid in the race, I remember being a really big Ron Paul supporter, and they would go to Donald Trump for his blessing, like to get endorsed as a president. And I remember thinking then, like, why the hell are they acting like this guy, like is really the guy to go to? Like what? Like he was the
'Cause
Pope or somebody.
He's a media personality. Everyone knows him.
Yeah, basically it was
But
clickbait.
there's a lot of people that's media personalities. Joe Rogan would technically be a media personality. He couldn't help Bernie Sanders win.
But Trump built his entire business around his name is the big thing. And look how many different businesses he's tried to diverge into. I mean, he's a B-list actor who used to be part of a reality show. You know, he's been everywhere. That's how everyone
Fired.
knows his name.
Yeah, name recognition definitely, but I don't know. I can't equate that to like why this guy was a stamp of approval. You know how
Well-
like they was acting like he was the Godfather. Like, all right, make sure your hair is right. We're gonna go take you to go meet Trump. He gotta
Because-
approve of you. You remember when Denzel was taking Jake to go meet the wise men on training day?
I remember that, yeah.
That's what they were acting like. Like, hey, get it together.
Well,
We're
what
gonna go
you
meet the
gotta
wise
remember,
men.
The reason
what
why
you gotta
that
remember,
happened,
Boxer
is
Scholar, is how did J. Edgar Hoover get a lot of leverage over people? How do you get those recordings of MLK? By wiring their hotel rooms when they came to DC. Donald Trump or Fred Trump rather, bro, he was tied in with all these folks, with the mobsters, or excuse me, what they're called, the Teamsters, the Israelis, all of these people. What was his name? Bob Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father.
Ghislaine.
He was coming to Trump Hotel back in the 80s. So
Well,
I imagine all the freaky shit they probably get. Fred Trump probably got on tape.
Oh, we already know why Bill Clinton was kind of light on Donald Trump whenever he was running against his wife. But we heard about Bubba. We heard the stories about what Bubba was doing.
What did Trump say? What did Trump say? If Hillary Clinton can't even satisfy Bill, why
answer your
does he
question,
Oh my God, he did say that, bro. How does he know, bro? He was blowing Bubba. Oh my God, Marky Dan. You just,
But
bro,
look.
that's investigative journalism.
You said that you don't know why they're taking them to meet him like he's the say all be all.
I do.
That's because they know something. If they doing it for a reason, just like you said on Training Day. Now on
Well-
Training Day, yeah, it's just a movie, but we got to see behind the scenes and why they did that. They do it for a reason. We just
I know
don't
why they was doing it, sister.
I
They
know
walked
it.
inside that
I know
room.
it.
It was a glory hole in the corner.
So
And
the reason
it had
why
Bubba. It had Bubba as the title.
the reason
you
why
just,
it's
you know-
a big deal is because he really resonated with a lot of conservatives, and you have to remember that these people still have to answer to us, just not in the way that we think they are. So they looked at Trump and how popular he was with conservatives, and that's when you have these populist figures come through. That's why you have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and all these, even Gavin Newsom is doing the same thing now. It's more about entertainment rather than actual politics. And that's what
I agree.
people's attention.
Popularity and all that. It's ridiculous.
Well, the
Name
second
recognition. You gotta have name recognition, and you gotta pretend to be different than everybody else, even if you aren't.
Yes. And, when he started the whole birtherism thing, That was just his way of calling Obama the N word, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. You're being very accurate.
We have
Yeah,
to
I agree.
remember that. We have to remember that Hillary Clinton first ran for presidency against Obama, right?
Yeah, she was a third party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that it goes down. So it's basically Obama. You could say Obama was the same deal. It was all about populism. Okay. Everybody.
Yeah. You can't say that. I mean, they Obama gave people hope. Like he was talking
Yeah.
about, yes, we can, because like the idea of a black unifying force in this body, like set like in the 30, 40 years ago, the idea of Barack Obama rising to power was out of the question. They would have killed him. J. Edgar Hoover would have got him the hell up out of here. He would have never allowed this man to rise to power. So
Yeah,
for
I
him to
mean,
go up there and actually do that, that unified a lot of different coalitions, such as the gays and that whole LGBT community. They had hope and belief, and he did a lot for them. On top of the Supreme Court, ruling in their favor. But overall, I really don't get the whole fascination with conservatives and Trump. They say that, like, they want an anti-establishment figure because the establishment is so corrupt, but then like he's literally a billion
The
times more
establishment.
corrupt than
Yes.
any executive to have
He's a
to have
swamp.
sat the office.
well,
He's
I
a
mean,
swamp.
Literally a billion times more corrupt. You can
He's a
quantify it in dollar
billionaire.
amounts.
He
Trump
was a
gave,
billionaire before. Go ahead.
Boxer God, this man has gained his net worth has gained $3 billion since January of 2025.
Well, Trump built a platform on racism. Like I said earlier, I don't think he's racist. I just think he hates people. But that's how, he takes advantage of things like that. And I mean, he just learned how to say the racist part, but not out loud. They just they do it in a different way. And instead of
Did you hear what he said the other day, brother? He said that he feels white men were very poorly treated by the civil rights by the civil rights legislations.
Yeah. And I mean,
And that's so fucking hilarious because he and his father were under a federal indictment for violating the Fair Housing Act.
Yeah, I remember.
You can't make this shit up.
Yeah, and I mean, people act like racism still isn't a problem in this country. Civil rights were even 60 years when Obama got elected. You bet like it pissed off a lot of people just for the fact he was black.
And
a lot of people would make the argument that the reason why Donald Trump was elected was to stick it to people who voted for Barack Obama.
Oh, I mean, he was like the antithesis of who Obama was. I mean, Obama was imperfect, but as far as a leader,
Obama had Christmas with Make-A-Wish kids. That was Obama.
Yeah.
Trump has Great Gatsby parties on Christmas.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of character, like Obama, he blew it out of the park. But
BLM did start its protests and riots before the election of 2016. That I think that had a lot to do with it too. There's the race has been exploited. And I think what the problem is with conservatives is that the left is not acknowledging that there is a form of reverse racism, and it's not
that doesn't exist, bro.
Hold on. Let him finish his point, Boxes guy. Let him finish his point. Let him get it out.
And so that I think
I don't want us to misconstrue anything he's saying. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I think concepts like CRT actually enables that reverse racism, and so that's why you hear the narrative that colored people can't be racist, and I think we all understand that's not correct,
I just
the idea
colored people. God damn, we done went back to the 60s.
I don't
No,
think
can I-
what you
No, but
said last time, scholar, when I said what
You're
the
talking about,
word
well, we
black
say people
means.
of color, Boxes guy. Don't be like that. But what's
No, there's a
about it is,
difference between
man,
people of color
but what's
No, there's
about
a
it is,
difference between
man,
people of color and colored people.
Well,
I don't think you
can
meant
I say
nothing by that,
something?
box guy. You gotta stop.
Yeah,
In terms
No,
I'm
of
a,
no, no, bro.
I'm
We
a,
gotta be
AD,
so okay. So reverse racism
I'm in my
is not
50s.
a is not a real thing. It's not a real thing. Um,
It
the
is.
fact that they think that they have to like DEI having diversity and equity and inclusion, they think is a problem for white people. That is discriminating against them. Just treating everybody else equally and fairly is discrimination against white people. That's
No,
literally
that's not
what
the
white
argument.
privilege
That's
is.
not the argument. The argument is that DEI is not effective. It actually weakens systems because it promotes people who um, are not as eligible.
Qualified.
that's
Qualified.
Qualified,
not what
exactly.
So
DEI is.
and that's how and this is what I mean by the think you gotta get out of them think tanks because that's what they put on a memo and send around to everybody and everybody believes it. Right? Like you had
That's
CK
not necessarily true, box guy. Because like
you
the FBI, the same FBI report we were just shitting on Cash Patel with, those same FBI agents came out with their report that they were very unhappy about the DEI policies of Joe Biden. So we can't just say that, oh, it's a memo and it's a narrative that's being pushed.
no you
Like
Marky
they
Dan, you
were
gotta listen.
definitely
You gotta
no, no,
listen.
no.
You gotta
But
listen.
listen,
You gotta
listen.
you didn't even hear me
There
make
was
my point, Marky Dan.
okay.
You,
Go
you
ahead, go
got
ahead.
you
My
gotta listen
bad,
to
my
my
bad. Go
point.
ahead.
So what I meant by the memo, I meant this. I meant you started hearing about DEI being a problem maybe like last 5 years, maybe 7 years. You didn't hear it during Barack Obama. Somebody got to mute up. It's like an alarm or something going on. But you didn't start hearing about it until then, right? And then that's when you start hearing all these talking points come out of nowhere about how it was really not like he said weakening. And then you see CK on there saying, if I walk in there and there's a black pilot, I'm going to be scared for my life. So the idea is that they're just giving jobs, going door to door and hiring black people that are not qualified for these jobs, and it's just not true.
So
I mean,
can I,
that's an extreme opinion on it, though. That's not what really happened. I mean, I'm sure that it did happen, or someone did say that, but that's not exactly what the opinion was. If we're talking about Charlie Kirk just said, well, whenever he walks in and sees that, it is a question that is going to be in his head. He didn't say that it was going to be the
Why?
defining moment of it.
but
Why
okay,
would
can I
it be a
say
question?
something?
Because instead of it being what it used to be when you hire 3 people for any position, it was supposed to go to the person that was qualified,
Oh,
not
can
the
I please,
person,
Is a
not
pilot not
based on the color
qualified
of
to
their
fly?
skin.
no, can I please say something? Okay, so you guys are getting DEI confused with affirmative action. First of all, that's not what DEI is. It has nothing to do with the person's qualifications
just about to
based
say
on their
that.
race. All it involves is a community outreach, basically. Like if you have a community of like Haitian immigrants and you want to appeal job offers to them, well, how can you communicate that with them? That's what DEI is. And
It's still a quota-based system.
it's not a quota-based system. That's what affirmative
Well, I
action.
mean, it kind of is in a
N-
way.
No, it's not. It's just on
Okay,
how they're
Okay.
this is what I mean. This is what I mean by it was a memo sent around to them. So it's not
Yeah,
it's not just DEI. It's DEIA, right? And that's
yeah.
diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So if you ever went to a store and you seen that little handicap ramp, or you went to Chick-fil-A and you seen like a special needs
Yes.
person, that's what that stuff is.
Yes,
It's not
that's
giving
another
jobs to
example.
people who are not qualified. If
Yeah.
if your son has a learning disability in college, they get them extra tutoring. So it's for everybody, but they attach race to it because they knew that y'all would not question it and y'all
It's
would be
not
in
about
favor of getting rid
It's not
of
about
it because y'all would feel like y'all were being discriminated on. That
That's
is
a
what
really
propaganda is at its finest.
yeah.
DEI
That's
is
a
about
really
position,
important
about
thing about
providing
it too.
people a position.
Well, no, DEI also appeals to people with disabilities, like he was saying, like if you're
Yeah.
blind or if you're in a wheelchair or something like that.
I mean,
It's
but
not
we had that before DEI though. That was there before DEI.
I mean,
I
it's
mean, your
included into
your bad boys at the grocery store have been people that have suffered from retardation or some form of mental illness for quite a while. So it's not like DEI just started.
What program did they have
You know.
before DEIA? They
There
wouldn't have
was
had a need for it. So you might say that you might have seen people get employed that might have been special needs, but there were also more people getting turned away, which is why they needed DEIA.
Well, when did they start allowing the people that suffered from the mental disorders have their what do they call them? not a programmer, but they had a person that would actually be there with them at the store and help them do their job. It was like kind of their assessor, and they would actually go to work with them, and then they would help them do their job to try to help them function in society. That existed before DEI was ever a thing.
You got to
So I
tell
don't
me
really-
something specific. I know that's DEI, what you're talking about. I don't think that existed
But it wasn't called DEI, is what I'm saying. It was just an outreach program that basically said we have to get these people to be a part of society. Whether or not
yeah,
it's the
but you
government
got to
wanting to tax
legislate it
them
because
or-
companies will discriminate against them.
Well, I mean,
So-
companies.
I agree with that. I think companies discriminate against everyone, but I mean, it did happen, and we've all seen them. At least I think we all have, in some way, shape, or fashion. But I don't think that was necessarily what we think of today as DEI, or what you're saying is DEIA. I don't think that's what that is.
I mean,
So what is it? What is it today?
what is it? Yeah.
I mean, it would fall into that bracket now because we kind of blanket it with it. But back then, I mean, I was a bag boy in 1996, 1995, and there wasn't any people that suffered from any type of mental illnesses or mental disorders. And then about 10 years later, there was, but there was no one talking about DEI. That's all I'm saying. But today, because we kind of use it as a blanket statement, I would agree with you that it's probably included inside of it. But we had that before there was ever a label of DEI.
Well, I mean, that's because there's been a lot of medical advancements, and in
Yeah,
terms
I
of
agree.
mental
I
health.
agree. Yeah.
Medical amendments, and then you got to remember this propaganda that's been spread that DEI is attached to giving black people and people of color a leg up on white people is why we've been
Yeah.
talking about it so
Well,
heavy.
DEI is about
That would be affirmative action as well. But I mean, in every system that is created, there are going to be people that bend or break the rules to make the system work. It doesn't matter what it is. And it is, I agree with you. It doesn't have anything to do with race. It has to do with people either wanting to do what they want to do because they just want to do it and getting away with things for profit. That's
I mean,
generally speaking
it-
what pushes people's agendas.
I mean,
DEI
it
also
absolutely does have to do with race.
DEI
I mean,
also-
okay. In some situations, I would imagine women hire certain types of women more than other types of women, and men hire certain types of men more than other types of men. I'm simply saying that race is not going to be the only qualifying factor. Okay, like for instance, if the way it used to be in retail, you had to have 3 people. You had to have 1 black, 1 white, and 1 Mexican, whatever it was. Okay, and you had to interview all 3 of those people for the same job. And then they gave the best person for the role of the job. That wasn't DEI. That was business practices in all of your major box stores. And they didn't have DEI as a label. Okay, but you had
No,
to
they
have
had-
one of each race.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
affirmative
so that was, what do you want to call that? Representation, maybe? I mean, I don't know, but it wasn't labeled as DEI. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they
DEI
call that-
is more about cultural differences. You have your gender identity issues, whatever else. It's more,
We've got to have a they them now, apparently.
Yeah,
or
it's
whatever.
more than just race. DEI is more than just race.
Just
You know,
focus on
so
creating inclusive environments more so
it's a-
where
it's
you
a
feel like
slippery
valued.
Spore and spore self. Yes. Those are absolutely necessary to have in the workforce because we're all sane.
DEI gave women more representation in the workplace, and mainly white women.
by force.
I mean, I wouldn't say no to that. That's probably a pretty good statement. Yeah. But
Like,
but
look at
even
that's a
then,
stat.
I mean, but it's not like we didn't have it before too. I mean, if we're gonna put an actual stamp on DEI, I think it kind of gives them a catch-all, like an Article 14 for those of us that were in the military. It's kind of like a catch-all. If I want to hire this person, DEI. That's kind of what it is. It's like I can stamp that shit and I can say, okay, I hired this guy because of this reason. You can't tell me that I can't hire him because of this reason, because of DEI. That's kind of the way I look at it. So if I'm a manager and I just want to put a guy in a slot and pay him as little as I possibly can because he fits my DEI requirements, I now can get away with it. That's the way I view it.
You know how you know that that's propaganda, bro? Because what happens, okay, let's take affirmative action with school enrollment, right? They complained for years how that was discrimination. You had can't remember
It
the
should be
specific
based on
law,
race, but yeah.
but I remember in Texas there was a white woman who sued because she said that affirmative action is why she didn't get in college. And it's like, wait a minute, how do you know
Yeah.
that? It's crazy.
I mean, it's
like I heard a story, anecdotal, of a person I know that was like, my uncle was about to get a job, and he didn't get the job because they gave it to somebody because of DEI. That motherfucker could have had a master's. Like, it's just so stupid that they just put
agree
DEI in places.
100%. Yeah.
So
but,
look,
but I also
but
think
hold on,
it's
let me say this.
situational too.
I'm gonna be fast. I'm gonna be fast. So they complained about affirmative action in college enrollments and stuff like that. They finally got rid of that. It did not affect black enrollment nowhere. You know who it affected? The Asians, who got rid of
the
this
Asians.
shit.
You're exactly right. 100%. Definitely. Yeah, because they're smart and they know they're gonna mess up the grades. But my only I'm actually gonna piggyback on you. I'm gonna still man your argument. I'm from the South. All right. I grew up in Beaumont, Baytown, Port Arthur, you know. And if you try to enroll in Lamar University, which is a majority black university, you're probably not going to get as much attention as a lot of the black students are going to get. But if I go to where, give me the whitest town in America. What is it? Someplace in fucking Ohio. You know, whatever it is, right? The widest college town in America. If I'm black, I'm probably not going to get in that school as much as a white person would. But I don't think that that's necessarily racism. I just think that's the area, right? I'm not gonna go to Lamar University and get mad because you didn't put me in your school. I'm not gonna do that.
Let me give you some pushback on that. When I went to Texas Southern, and there were I've never heard of a white person ever not getting into Texas Southern. The thing is, let's be honest, white people don't want to be in no HBCU surrounded by no whole bunch of black people.
Yeah. I mean, I'm from a half town, so for me it's different. But I would agree with you that a majority of the white areas are probably going to feel that way. But for me, it's different. But I guess I can kind of side with that a little.
So like, there's not a high enrollment, but I doubt that they're getting turned down because, like, I would see them there, and I think that they had to go there because the tuition
would you at least
wasn't
agree
as much.
that it's probably because of that, though? It's probably because they just don't go. It's like the argument of women in engineering. It's not that engineering is innately sexist. It's that most women don't want to do engineering. So it's kind of the same thing with that.
So I was making that point to say this. The opposite is not true. So, like, if a white person applies at Howard, Texas Southern, or whatever the case may be, it's equal opportunity. They more than likely will probably get approved depending on their grades, right? And they want representation of white people. Even at an HBCU, they be encouraging diversity and want representation, kind of like the affirmative action thing in reverse, right? So they be encouraging it. But trying to get into Princeton or Harvard, bro, I need a legacy.
Some super high. Look at the 1950s. Yeah, look at the 1950s in Harvard. I mean, they didn't even want Jews to go to Harvard in the 1950s. They even made a movie about it, for God's sakes, with all of the big actors and everything.
College, honestly.
Yeah, like, I mean, they didn't want Jews there for whatever stupid reason. But I think that that's always been a thing. It's like the guy said earlier. It's not that racism has gone away, because it hasn't. I mean, it's just that racism isn't as blatant as it used to be. But if we harp on it and we constantly talk about it all the damn time and talk about how sisters and brothers can't be with white boys and whatever your argument may be, all we're doing is rehashing old wounds. I mean, that's not healthy for anybody. It's just not.
Who does that?
And I've been hearing the both of you. I've been hearing the both of you speak on the matter, and it kind of sounds to me like it just comes down to the person who is behind the desk who writes off on approved or rejected. You know, because first impressions do exist. And I'll just give this example. It didn't have anything to do with the DEI. It's just the best example I have. I remember one time I went to Walgreens because I had to pick up a prescription, and I was trying to use my medical card. And it was some lady behind the desk. I didn't know her. She didn't know me. First time meeting each other. And I'm giving her my card information. She's typing it in, and she tells me, you know, oh, it's not going through. Now, I knew for a fact that I was able to purchase this with my medical card, right? But she did it like 3 times, and she told me each time it wasn't going through. And she had like this attitude, and I didn't understand what was going on, you know. So I asked her, can she call over her supervisor? Her manager came over. They put the card through the first time. It went right on through. And I say that to say this. I was dealing with that first particular lady, and based off whatever perspective she had, she made it her business to try to not let my medical card go through to make me pay out of pocket. And the second person who came over, the manager, she just went on ahead and did her job because it was no skin off her nose, and she
Yeah.
did right by me. So I just
Yeah.
say that to say that a lot of times it just boils down to who is the person that's sitting behind the desk that has the authority to say yes or no. Because a lot of times where they should not make personal decisions, they do.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, because when I view racism, I view it like this. I'm not going to let one person that treats me like a POS, right? If a black guy treats me like a piece of shit, I'm not going to say, oh, because of this asshole right here, every single black guy in the entire world's an asshole. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I think that's what we have. Like what he said earlier, the guy that's been talking to me, what you said earlier was 100% correct. A lot of the things that we believe today from this crap media that we get the opportunity of watching, it's just that it's crap. I mean, they want us at each other's throats. They want me to not like a person for whatever specific reason. And I'm not going to buy into it. I'm never going to believe that. I'm not going to believe that a man out there, because the color of his skin in today's America, is going to just dislike me because of the color of my skin. And even in the situation that might be true, he's not going to be the majority. He will be the exception to the rule, not the rule. Okay.
Yep.
And I personally think that's where we got to go, because this whole concept of just being mad at each other all the time now, which is what it seems like they want us to be, is just ridiculous. I mean, I get when you're flipping through the channels now, it's like, be angry at this person, and you're just like, man,
I mean,
what happened to us just chilling playing Mario Kart? You know what I mean?
So racism is still a problem, and it's a lot more complex than I think you're making it out to be.
I mean, if you want to make it complex, you can, but it's pretty simple.
Hold on. Let him finish before you go. I'll let you respond.
Yeah.
So the thing about racism is that, I mean, I overall agree with what you said, but the problem with a lot of conservatives or people that lean right, or even like middle right, is they don't ask the questions of why things are like this. And the thing that CRT taught me, I'm half white, but I look white. I could blend into a conservative convention. But the thing that the CRT taught me is it made me talk less when it came to, hearing these people, talk about their problems, because I can't relate to them. I don't know what it's like to be black. And
you can have your own opinion about anything, though. I mean, you're an American.
I mean,
it's philosophical is what he's saying. You'll never experience is the best teacher. But go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, the problem is that white people always try to put themselves and act like they understand what it's like to be in a black person's shoe. That's the thing that drives me crazy the most.
That's a pretty broad statement.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a very, very broad statement.
I mean,
and labeling everybody is,
I mean, I'm not saying every white person, but I'm saying a lot do.
You said conservatives. You blanketed all conservatives. I mean, I wouldn't say that all conservatives feel the exact same way, just like I wouldn't say all Democrats feel the exact same way.
Well, the point I'm making though is that the reason why race is still a problem is because you're not taking the time to understand why race is still a problem. You think it's sensationalized when it's a very real thing still.
I never said it wasn't real. I said it's not as blatant.
You gotta let him finish, bro. I promise I'm gonna come right to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask him to give you the same respect of letting you finish. Hold on. So Swift, what I'm gonna do is, since he is addressing him, I'm gonna let him finish, and then I'm gonna allow him to respond, and then I'll give it to you.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Okay.
So there's different ways to be racist towards people. Like, you have systemic racism. I live in Texas as well, in Houston. And the way that they do the school systems here, as far as like public funding for them, is they base it off of a end of the year STAR test. And depending on how well schools do, will tend to affect how much funding that they get. And when you have impoverished, communities, a lot of them Black, when you have that problem, it just compounds the issue more. And that's education. And that's something that Black people have always been hampered on. And it's stuff like that you have to look on and realize that there's different ways to be racist towards people. And it's things like that. And like with Katrina as well. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
I mean, that's a lot of cope. That's a lot of cope. That's what that is. You can't say that this one thing means racism. Now, I do grant you the fact that you will find a lot of Black impoverished neighborhoods having lower test scores, but that's not just because of racism. Racism could have been maybe a malignant part of it, but that's not just why it is. There's so many different things. It's like levels of what causes that to happen. You can say the same thing about white schools in Alabama. Are white schools in Alabama being held racist against because they have low test scores and don't get funding? No, they're just not as intelligent for whatever the layered reasons are. I'm not saying that racism does not exist. I will agree with you that 100%. What I'm saying is if the average person today were to see the Ku Klux Klan walking down the street, you're going to have 99.9% of the people that are not those dumbasses trying to get them off the street. 50 years ago, 60 years ago, there would have been people clapping for them walking down the street. That's the difference. Gentleman that runs this show, I like this. I liked what I was doing, and thank you for letting me on. I'm going through my CDL training right now. I got to get in class. I would love to come back and talk with you guys if you guys would have me. I've already subscribed. I don't know how to get back in contact with you though. Maybe I could message one of your videos. But I have a channel too. If you want to look me up, just shoot me an email maybe, and then I'd love to come back and
just comment on one of my videos. I'll go sub up to you. Yeah, I invite all. I listen. One thing I like to do is have a discourse on difficult subjects.
Hell yeah, it's America, bro. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, dude. Like I'll tell you what. There's no atheists in foxholes. There's no racists in the military. You know why? Because we got to get each other's backs. I'm a former Marine, and let me promise you something. You learn a lot about yourself when you're surrounded by everybody, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All right. So, guys, peace out. Lady, thank you so much. I hope I didn't, offend you in any way. And you guys, thank you so much. And even the guy that didn't agree with me on anything, you guys take care.
Have a blessed one.
All right. Yo, Rob, you know what's crazy, bro? This algorithm be working, bro. You know how many people I get from Texas, bro? I'm like, bro, what are they doing? Do they not realize how dangerous this can get, bro? Like, it's like even with the Facebook guy, is it not Bezos, Zuckerberg. That's what I call him. But that guy, like, he doesn't understand because he didn't grow up with a lot of friends that, like, bro, you're putting people in compromising situations by hacking their data, finding people's numbers, saying, hey, do you know this guy? Like, bro, what if a woman was scared after the club, gave her number, thought she would never see the guy again, and the data was shared, and then hey, you know that? Then he nudges them on Facebook. This might be somebody you might know. Now all of a sudden she has a stalker. Like, the internet is absolutely scary, like, because of that. But no, I do agree with you. I don't want to be too biased because a lot of times I do agree with the arguments, but I think that is definitely at the core of this. The core is everything is philosophical to people who don't go through it, and they show up to be experts at it, and that's never going to work for anybody. And listen, I'm from America. I'm a little bit what you call it, sexist. But I admit it. I know I'm sexist. I know that I agree that with some of the sexist principles. I check myself on some I'm like, hey, this doesn't hurt that bad, but I know that I am. No matter how growing up in America, there's no way that you're not affected by that. It just is what it is, And
like, in what ways?
I think the first thing is acknowledgement. I think the people that take the moral grandstanding of I'm not a racist, then everything becomes philosophical, and then they start feeling for you, thinking for you, and that's where it gets into murky water. So I agree with you 100%. It's not taken seriously enough. Because in theory, yes, we should all be able to love each other. Is that the reality of the world? No. No, just
And
And
just open up
and
the
it
then
was
books.
to lead up to that too, and I was going to explain to him what covert racism is. And I mean, he sounded like a white dude, and I mean, I didn't mind talking to him about it, but yeah, I don't know. I just want to explain that to him because, like I said, there's more than one way to be racist towards someone, and that's the thing that he doesn't understand, and he's most likely perpetuating it in some way.
Rob, hey Rob,
Yes, sir.
I got a question for you. Since you have CRT training, how does CRT address Asian people being so successful, being the minorities of the minorities?
I mean,
That's
I
not even
don't.
true, bro. Yeah, that's not even true. That's just some gimmick you pushing. Look, ain't none of this stuff. None of this stuff is actually real because people only see racism when it's non-black people. When it's black
not
people, they
that.
told to be quiet. That's not even like this is all like propaganda. Most of the stuff when it comes to racism, because people only actively get involved in this stuff when it's non-blacks. When it's only black people, we're told everything, but let's get behind you. So ain't none of this stuff real.
Can
They
I
give us some bootstraps.
can
I
I
mean,
say something about the racism
mhm.
when
Go
the
ahead.
floor is clear?
No, you good. You can speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I did say it earlier. And for those of you who don't know, I am so-called black, but I don't believe in racism. I don't believe that. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist, but I don't believe in racism. I believe that, and to kind of go off of what Dexter said earlier when he said something about reverse racism, I don't even believe that reverse racism is a thing. I think that that's just a lot of people that are not healed yet. Um, as far as racism, I don't believe in it. I look at it for what it actually is. People discriminate, and
Mm. With-
people really have just insecurities, and people are, not satisfied within themselves or fulfilled within themselves. And a lot of people will use racism as a patsy to just mistreat others or to just lash out.
I mean,
And like
yeah,
for an example of this is like, I could go into a grocery store, and just minding my business, doing my thing, and I could run into a white lady, and then she does some type of so-called racist act to me or say something like a racial slur or whatever. And it's like, for you to want to attack me and to really say something purposely that's so hurtful to try to make me, just feel less than, you have to look at it as, what is that? Why do you need me to feel so less than you? Lady, I don't know you. You don't know me. And it's like, a hypothetical. I don't know you. You don't know me. So you mean to tell me all it took was for you to see my black skin or my brown skin for you to just get so hateful? No,
But that's
that's
what
not
racism is,
racism.
though.
I mean, yeah,
No,
that's
that's
what they're
not
Yeah, but
doing.
that's what
racism.
racism
That's
is.
just the hate within you. It has nothing to do with my
No,
black skin. You came into the
that's
store with that.
racism,
The,
ma'am. That's
y-
racism.
You came into the
That's
yeah,
right.
store with
Listen,
that. That's
ma'am,
just
that's racism. We have data. We
that's
got
just the hate
people
within
buying
you, and
houses.
you're using me
No,
and
it's
my
not.
black skin as an excuse to basically you're using my black skin as a patsy,
No,
because
it's
the hate
not.
within you has nothing to do with me, and it damn sure has nothing to do with my black skin. You
I
came in the
mean,
door
No,
with that.
no, it's not. It's the
That's all.
media.
That's
Look,
on you. That's
look,
I get
all on
what
look.
you.
she's
That's all
saying.
in you.
No,
I
that's
get
not
what
true,
you.
though.
Yeah, I get what
That's
you're
not true
saying.
because the problem what she's saying, that person's been programmed by the media. Who runs the media? Who runs your school system? Who runs the healthcare? We just had a couple years ago. We had a report that USAA and other housing mortgages they were not giving people when they were selling their houses the appropriate amount. They were giving them less amount when they went to appraise it when they were African Americans. Like there's all kind of proof of racism.
That's still
Now
the
you
hate
can walk
within
around.
you. That's still the
No,
hate
it's
within you that they're
no,
lashing
it's
out and
not.
putting on to
No, it's not.
people.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That
There's
is
actual
hate. That's a
data.
form of
There's
evil. That's a
okay,
form of
cool.
evil.
That's your
You want to
opinion. That's your opinion,
dehumanize me and make me
ma'am.
seem as
I'm
though
not
I'm
finished
not even a
talking.
human just
I'm not
because my
finished. So I
skin
heard
is a
you.
different color?
I heard
That's
you. I
evil.
heard you. Okay, cool. That's good. What I'm saying is that if it's based on your color, and we have all kinds of data between education, healthcare, people selling houses, employment, it's not an imaginary thing. Now, how much it affects people individually, That's up in the air. But racism exists. This ain't even a real. We're not even having a real conversation. We got to debate if racism exists because we see it in media and we see it in the way that we're portrayed in media and the shows that they give us. Like we see it every fucking day, and it's not. Racism has been existing since the beginning of time. It'll always exist. The problem is, just like I said, people can only see racism in other groups and they can never see it in black people. Like when it comes to any other group, they can see all the stereotypes. When it comes to black people, they say, oh, you can do whatever you want. When it comes to other groups, like they'll say about the immigrants, the people ain't from this country, they'll see it. So that's the frustrating part about this. People want to get on board with these conversations when it's non-blacks that are driving the bus. When it's black people, we're told to be quiet, but we're always told to drive the bus for other people. And it's hella frustrating.
I've just elevated past racism.
Let me say something. Let me say something real quick. So what she's trying to say is that a lot of negative feelings, she thinks that's what causes people to act like that towards people, but it's not necessarily racism. But I think all those negative feelings materialize into racism. It's a way to express themselves or take out their frustrations on other people due to the fact that they're not satisfied.
That ain't true. They get it from the media. They're programs, the TV shows they see. That's all bullshit.
What one thing that the dude that got off said that I agree with, he talked about racism being not as overt, and he talked about walking up the street, and I agree with that. And I think what's worse is the overt stuff, because that's what systematic is. It's I'm gonna preserve my resources and exclude you from resource. That's what all racism has ever been about. They never wanted to. That's civil rights was saying, let's be civil to these people, and they didn't even want to do that stuff. And we had eras of Jim Crow and
they shot MLK.
And I understand.
Yeah, but she's talking about people's effect. That's the people being programmed.
Who are like that. It has to be individuals who make up the collective group who all.
But let me tell you, so
and who all are.
They got it from the media.
So
man.
Swift, let me give you a analogy, right? So the reason why I think white people say that racism don't exist and they have that utopian view of the world is because if they acknowledge it, well, then they would have to acknowledge that it's a problem, and then they would have to fix it, and we would be on an equal playing field. And like I said, if you go back, that was all it was about, resources and excluding everybody else from them. So like I get what you're saying, and idealistic, that's how you're supposed to feel, but you can't fill out any application in America without putting your race. Racialization is a real thing. But even if you don't mark it, you're being racially profiled by everybody you come in contact with. Go to the store. You just talked about it.
And
you go to the store.
Even if they do racially profile me,
you're saying you don't acknowledge it, so it doesn't exist. It exists because the media implants these ideas of what black people should be and how they should act amongst all of us. So before you leave your house as a kid, you're being programmed. Your parents are being programmed. People around you are being programmed by the media that's not controlled by us, but we don't control our interest. So you're saying, hold on. But what you're doing, okay, hold on. Calm down. Well, you're one person. You're not going to change the system. You're not going to change the system. You're one person. None of us as one person is going to change the system. We can acknowledge the system and how it acts. Now, how it affects individual people, that's a different thing. But to act like systematic racism doesn't exist, it's too much data for that. We way past that at this point.
Yeah,
that's just a bunch of evil people who all are on the same agenda.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can't ignore it, though. I mean, like I
I'm
get
not
what you're
ignoring
saying.
racism. I don't call it racism. It's people who discriminate for whatever preference they want to discriminate for.
But they normally do it based on race,
I might
though.
be a certain height, okay?
Playing
They might want to
wordplay.
discriminate me because of my skin.
But no,
They
Swift.
just use the skin color as the coat for it. That's the number one
But
thing.
that's the only thing that
That's
matters
racist.
with the history of America.
Really, they use it because it's such a trigger for us. If we could just get from under racism and just stop like letting it trigger
How do
us
we
so
do
bad.
that?
But
How
hold
do
on,
we do that?
they tried that during
Can I
Jim
jump
Crow.
in here? Can I
They
jump
tried
in,
to
y'all?
ignore it.
You
Can I
have to
jump
They
in
rise
here?
walk with
above
their
it
head
mentally.
down. So like I had a teacher that grew up during the 60s, and I always talked about how the 60s was a great time for black people because they were wearing afros, they were prideful and stuff. And he told me I need to stop romanticizing the 60s. He actually grew up in there. He said the 60s were awful. He said that black people couldn't even have nice houses. He said if they had a nice house, and they had to make sure the house was worn down in a white neighborhood, because if it looked upkeep and nice, they would burn it to the ground. He said you couldn't look the white men in their eyes, no matter what your age was and what their age was. They tried to ignore it then. They whistled past the slave yard, and it didn't work. So
Yeah,
you can't just.
they literally had their own guides on how to safely travel in the South during the 50s and 60s.
And I do understand that. However, we're now in 2026, so it's not that extreme.
Exactly.
But I do understand
Yes, it
what
is.
y'all
Yeah, it
saying.
is. It's just
Yeah.
it's there's a difference, right? I haven't spoken for a minute, but I'm a defense attorney here in California, right? And you can clearly see in our judicial system that racism exists. I mean, I'll just give you one example. I remember I had
That's a corrupt system.
but irrespective of whether it's a corrupt system or not, there are statistical values that could show you that there's a disparate treatment between people of color and and white people. It's clear, right? I can show you how there are people who have been arrested for possessing drugs. Right. I had one client who they had the same amount of drugs. They were found in like the same position. They both had scales and baggies. When it came to the white person, they charged him with possession for personal use. But usually when it came to like the Mexican folks and black folks, they would always charge them with the intent to sell. Okay. And then when you also look at other statistical values, like you would always hear like people like Charlie Kirk always talk about black people. Black people are 13% of the population, but they make up 50% of the crime. Right. But if you go further with that, why is it then that 50% of the people who are expunged, right, or not expunged? What's the word I'm looking for? Right, not
Exonerated.
Exonerated are black people. That's a clear example of showing you how black people's community are over policed, right? So you have to look at these statistics. You can't just say how I feel, how you feel, because I feel you. I don't like racism. I point away. I don't care if you call me N-word or not. But realistically, when you look at factual basic evidence, you can clearly see that there's a distinction and disparate treatment of black people versus non-black people in this country, and you can't deny that.
I think that has a lot to do with
understand that.
personal responsibility also. The outcomes don't always prove the methods.
What do you mean by that? Personal responsibility?
Well, because listen, I'm not as articulate. Okay, I've had my brush-ins with the law. Okay, but I know we all have our individual choices. Okay, to do the right thing. Sometimes we plea bargain it. Okay. When it comes to, like, I was trying to ask Rob about the whole Asian issue, okay, and how that is reflected in CRT. How does that address why the black community is struggling with the education system so much compared to how the Asians don't seem to have a problem with it?
Yeah, they've always been denied education. That's
I want to still. You said there. I'm still want to hear the answer on the choice. Like you said something specifically that it was choice based.
So there's a personal responsibility issue.
No.
Also, yes, there is.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
each person
there's
makes
a
their own
reason.
decisions.
There's a reason.
Hold on. Let's
It is you can say that you can correlate it to education, right? Because let's talk about the illiteracy rate. Okay,
That's not answering. You made a statement. I need you to answer you said.
Yeah, so I'm telling you.
I know what he's
I'm
trying to say. He's trying to say that most black people make.
No, let him answer. Don't help him. Let him answer.
I don't put no words in his mouth. I
I
want to hear specifically what he's saying.
I want him to
So
answer.
I'm saying when it comes to individual responsibilities and obligations, we got to do our best for ourselves to stay out of trouble, or at least be educated to understand how the system works, to avoid all the pitfalls.
Right.
Okay? And so we can't just keep blaming that on other people. We have to hold ourselves accountable.
don't got no
Right.
answer.
Okay, but when you're in a
Talking about
system,
church,
right? Here, hold on, guys.
come on.
But when you're in a system, and I can agree with you to some extent, yeah, personal choice. If you choose not to do that, do wrong, you never get locked up, whatever. But I'm giving you the example I gave you, right? Is you have two people who are both making the wrong choice, but statistically, when it's shown, the black people, the Mexican people, get charged at a much higher rate than white people. Right? When you also look at statistical facts when it comes to like who's doing the crime and who's being exonerated from it, it clearly shows you over policing. I live here in up here in Northern California. We have low income areas, right? But there's black areas, there's Mexican areas, and there's also what we call the park, right? But when you go and visit these places, you can clearly see that there's more police presence in the people of color's neighborhood than there is the people of the park, right? So it's irrespective about choice and all that stuff. Like, I understand what you're saying, but there still is clearly a system that treats people differently, and that's a problem in itself. I'm not going to sit here and argue, hey, we can't make, we're making wrong choices. That's neither here nor there, right? Like, if you didn't come to the black neighborhood as much as you did the white people's neighborhood, right? If you switch that around, I guarantee you the amount of white people that were in jail would significantly increase, and the amount of black people in jail would significantly decrease, which this in itself has a huge impact on your ability to move forward and upward. Once you have a felony in this, once you have a felony, man, it's hard to move forward. You can't get jobs. Yeah, it's huge. It's different.
I agree with
You know what? You know what I dislike. What I dislike about this talk, it always goes back to this. Black people always on the trial for nothing, just for nearly being black. We gotta overly explain shit. Like, bro, we are the most educated group. If that ain't most bootstrappiest shit I'd have never seen, this is a statistic. Black people are the most educated group. We're pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps with no shoestrings that y'all keep throwing at us, right? But why are we always on trial, but white people are never for the crimes that they commit? Because when we look at the statistics, they the PDFs, the ones that are getting caught, not the ones that are in the White House.
Hey, another
But they're never
statistic
on
you can
trial for
clearly
that.
see is they always say black fathers, right? We leave the black home. We're not around our kids, all that stuff. We're the deadbeats. There was a study that came out of Stanford that actually showed that black males are the most involved in their children's upbringing and their life. But again, this is just the way we are portrayed in the media and the stereotypes. And a lot of this shit is just BS. But
Yeah, but
again, I think I have to go with what he says. It's like
who's responsible for that? Who's responsible for that? That's
the
also
media, but
the
hold on,
Democrats
I'm
are
not
doing that.
responsible for that. That's
The
the media.
Democrats are doing
hold
that,
on.
right? The
Back
Democrats
to your
do
original
that.
question. But hold on, let me address your original question that was asked that you never answered. The problem with the education stuff that you're talking about, children don't have any input on where they live at. They have none. Parents live where they can afford to live at. So that has nothing to do with it. Everybody pays taxes. The schools should be funded, and they should be educating the kids the same. They're not. We're not even gonna play like that's a systematic thing, and we can clearly see where the fundings are going, where certain neighborhoods are going. We can see this. This has been documented, well documented for the last 30 something years. So when it comes to some things, it's just talking points with no real basis behind it. The problem is like I've been saying from the beginning, when it comes to black people, there's a stereotype that Asians and all these people are more educated, they're more intelligent, and that's simply not true. We can look at the actual stats and the data instead of people's opinion, and we can see that's simply not true. So a lot of this stuff is stereotype. Okay, hold on, sir. Let me finish.
Hold on, let me finish. You gotta let him finish.
Let me finish, brother. I'll let you talk. We can look at the actual data. We can look at the actual data, and we can do it, and we can see what black people are versus all these other groups where they want to put us at this bottom rung that we're simply not there. But it's a stereotype, like I said, the same from the beginning, that's been portrayed by the media that we don't control, that people want to ignore. And unfortunately, they only want to acknowledge the good things of every other minority, and they want to acknowledge the bad things for black people. And it's the same game over and over again.
A good example of like covert racism is with property taxes. Since white people are already like on a higher echelon when it comes to job security and pay rate, when they move out of neighborhoods that have, black families moving in, that lowers property value, and that's how you get a lot of impoverished neighborhoods as well.
And to add furthermore to what you just said, bro, like we literally have like documented history on education and black people in America. You know what I mean? Before integration, separate but equal. Like we have these things to reference where black people were excluded from educational opportunities, right? And we still succeeded. That's how HBCUs were formed, because they didn't want to integrate us into their colleges, right? So like I don't understand this idea. And like I said, with personal responsibility, we can stop talking about it now because we're doing it. Right? We can't be responsible for everybody, but statistically speaking, we're progressing more and we're getting educated more. So why are we still on trial?
Because it's a talking point, and we don't care about the actual facts. And we look at the actual facts and where the quote unquote terrible schools that are rated out, they're in the impoverished neighborhoods that we primarily are in, where we don't own anything. But we look at that, the GPAs, we look at the kids going to college. Our numbers are going up every single year for the last 15 years. But it doesn't matter because it's not a narrative that they push it. So it don't really matter. So to keep saying this stuff that the Asians are this or that, some of these, look, you have to look at the workforces really primarily and start with the parents and you work your way down. If you look at some of these industries, black people are completely locked out. Look at big tech. Big tech, your Apple, your Google, your Microsoft, your Facebook, there's less than 10% of those employees are black. Less than 10% of those employees are black. So we can't act like black people are not in tech. We can't act like black people are not qualified. Like these are the games that these folks want to play when they push these stereotypes. They don't know what they talk about.
Can I chime in real quick on that topic more specifically? I'll preface with saying that we have an issue with playing games that aren't for us. And when it comes to the blanket of systematic racism, I honestly, from a personal standpoint, feel like that's the main issue, is that we're worried about employment in these tech companies when we need to look at who owns these companies. When we talk about paying for things, majority of the reason that we pay for things is because of ownership. We pay in many different ways, whether it's with currency, time, mental health, physical health, etc. I personally come from the standpoint that the reason we don't see that many quote unquote black people in tech is because we're the black owned tech companies. Honestly, where are the same way? And I mean, not to pinpoint a specific demographic of people, but the same way that Jewish people do, more specifically in states like New York, where they have a whole infrastructure. Where's our Tulsa? Where's our Black Wall Street? Again, like, of course, history
keeps tearing it down. That's why. Look at the Black
Wall
Street.
Like
I was about to say
I
that.
disagree. I disagree.
You
don't have to.
Hold up. You
So
need
what he's
funding.
saying?
Wait, you can't. That's not true. That's a
that-
misnomer. Look, you need money.
Same
Money
thing.
on the same. No, it's not the same thing. When you're talking about money in tech, you're talking about billions of dollars. You're not talking about a little small $1 million pop-up mom and pop. That's not going to get you anywhere. Those companies I talked about, they're making at least $100 billion or more every quarter. So like to think that some mom and pop is going to be on that level or get to that level that's pie in the sky. Could it happen? Maybe, but we're doing like false comparison.
So T, could have happened, definitely. And I'm gonna give you the grace, T, of not necessarily being in here when we had the prior conversation of what it takes to get that type of money regarding corporations and funding. And it's more than capable in our demographic. It's not as if it's an access issue. The banks don't care what you look like. As long as you have
true. You need venture. That's not true. You need venture capitalists, bro.
Hold on.
That's not true.
Hold on. Hold on. This is where we decide to play the game. Your venture capitalist can look like you. I don't know where we thought black people don't have money in those sectors to where we can't just find those type of people, give them the same game plan that we give all these other major Y3 or YC companies, wherever it comes from, it can apply to us just the same way. It's just, I honestly feel like we're not doing our due diligence to find those avenues.
Yeah, but that's not true because they've done plenty of studies from Stanford and Harvard and Yale where they show venture capitalists do not invest in black businesses, especially tech. Like it's been done, it's documented. So that's your feeling, but I can tell you a fact that that's not true. So we don't have access to if you don't have access to the venture capitalists, which are your on the ground level people who are investing before you go public, the actual money to say, here's some money. I believe in you. You don't have to make money for a year or two. We don't have access to that on that levels. Like this stuff, a lot of this stuff is a misnomer. It's not true. It's been documented over and over and over and over again.
Black people are statistically more likely to get denied loans.
And is there a specific reason as to why that is aside from skin color?
Well, that goes back to the argument of personal responsibility versus understanding the nuances of why Black people have problems and ignoring them, or not ignoring them. Sorry.
Okay, so if we were to, and not to interrupt you, if we were to piggyback off that theory, I'll come from a personal statement and say majority of the reason I never got funding from my businesses was because my personal credit was fucked up. So when I had the ability to become a personal guarantor for whatever venture I decided to take, upon my businesses via my personal credit, the hundreds of thousands of dollars wasn't an issue to access. It's like Rob was saying, the personal responsibility once you gain access to those funds to not buy, like most of it's not to strike a nerve, but like most of what we see with NBA and NFL players, they buy the flashy cars, they buy the jewelry, they buy the houses. Rappers, same thing, they buy the chains, they buy nothing of assets, they buy nothing of profit or of value, so to speak. So it's one of those where if you look at you go ahead and pick your top 5 artists, where's their money going? If it's not going to,
but that's a stereotype, brother. You pushing a stereotype. You are pushing a stereotype. So you think all Black people? You saying that's a stereotype, bro?
I've never even owned
Where's your numbers at? Yeah, that's a stereotype, bro. Listen, I know plenty of Black millionaires that don't even own up-to-date cars, don't own chains. So the stuff you talking is stereotypical, bro. That's nonsense.
Let's go ahead, and I was ready to strike this nerve. Somebody like me aspires to be like someone like Chameleonaire. Where if it
there you go. See, you're pushing celebrity nonsense and gibberish, bro. I'm telling you, people who actually have millions of dollars, they don't do this stuff. You pushing like stuff you seeing on TV, bro. That's not real.
Mike, what's not real? What has hold on? So
that you're saying that all millionaires, bro. So how many millionaires do you know besides the TV people you see on TV?
Personally,
yes,
more than a couple of handfuls. That's where I'm coming
and
from.
Do they push around the stuff that you're saying? Do they do that?
No. So this is
why are you saying that? That's what I'm saying. So why the hell are you saying some stuff that you don't even know? You know people don't do this stuff, but you keep pushing the stereotype.
So the issue is that information and that mindset is not the majority. This is where I'm coming from. Somebody like me, and
bro, the successful people don't move like that. The people who have success do not move like that. So you're pushing a stereotype, bro.
Yeah, the niggas he's talking about is the Adrian Petersons. And that's like 1 in 100.
Not successful.
Like, people don't fuck
and what happened to it? Yeah, and not successful. The successful people do not move the way you're moving. So you just talking nonsense, bro.
I think honestly, I think that's not even relevant. I mean,
Bro, you just said, you literally said the people that you know that's millionaires don't move like that. So why are you perpetuating some shit that you know millionaires don't move? I know millionaires that I don't know nobody that move like that. They got money. So I don't know what you're talking about right now.
No, I'm talking about his argument. This is Dominic. I think his argument is not even relevant because, like, most white people don't use their money properly. But the real argument is it was the access to money to get bigger, right? And I think statistically it shows that Black people are not given the loans. I don't think it really matters about how you spend your money and whatnot. I think really where it comes from is that we have a history backed up of hating on us. Martin Luther King said it the best. We were always intended to be the burden bearers of this country. And we can't sit here and make all the excuses. The reality is the truth. You look at it. When I first started as a lawyer, man, I used to work in the when the bubble broke, right? We were trying to help people keep their homes. They were showing how Wells Fargo, Bank of America, all these big banks, like they gave the Black folks the worst loans. If they were going to give them the loans, they gave them a lot of the junk loans. And then when you just look at it when it comes to like businesses and moving forward, dude, black people are overlooked time in and time out. We can't deny that fact.
So my issue about this is I never refuted the fact. I'm giving a different angle as to how, considering that may or may not be a fact, and I'm gonna stick on the basis of it being a fact, that we have other means to access such. That's why I gave my personal standpoint. I'm not necessarily speaking on behalf of the demographic or for the demographic in general, but I'll say from what I've seen growing up as, you know, a 30-something-year-old male, majority of my age group isn't necessarily focused on what, you know, personally I'm focused on. It became whatever their, I guess, let's say, entertainment vices portrayed to them, and that encompasses financial irresponsibility. That's what I'm saying. What are we majority focused on? And if we really want to play devil's advocate, what are white people majority focused on regarding their entertainment? Like a lot of it
so
is not
okay, so
necessarily the same.
let me address that, and I'm gonna open it back up. I ain't said nothing in a while. So I think where the disconnect is coming from them, bro, they're saying that you're focusing on the wrong issue, and this is black people going to court again. We're going to court for nothing. What they're talking about is a system that's afforded to all Americans that they're being excluded from. How they spend the money and personal responsibility is on the individual after they get it, but they at least want to be in the game to get it. So that's what they're getting at.
Right. Another way you can look at it is white people have never been put on trial, especially when you consider the fact that the majority of school shooters are white men.
Right.
The majority of people on food stamps are white as well. And no one ever talks about that.
Jewish also. So now to go back to my statement about playing a game that's not meant
Credit
to
scores. Look at the credit scores. Right basis. It's not the same.
But that's exactly where I'm coming from. If we don't have something in place for us, why are we complaining about the fact that
how are we gonna get capital? Wait, okay, so this is the game. This is what you're missing. You're talking about capital, right? So in order for you to have capital, meaning money for people to borrow, and at the games, the levels that we always speaking about, you're talking about billions of dollars. You're not talking about no $1 million. What you talking about? There's going to be black millionaires, and there's going to be black millionaires that are going to hire black, and they're going to do all the things correctly. And they're going to be way past the stereotype because we know what the game is. What we're talking about is access to capital, where that millionaire, that person that made $5 million, they don't have access to go to the next level wrong into corporate America. They don't have the access to that. There's no VC capitalist that's standing there for a year or two to fund them and then making 5 or 6 rounds, making them, billionaires. It doesn't exist, is what I'm telling you. They don't have access to it. Even though it should be access to everybody, it's not there. So what we're doing is we're making a minority, a majority on both ends. We're going to 2 extremes. We're saying one extreme, black people don't know how to manage their money. On the other end, we're saying we got black millionaires. But that other extreme where people from $1 million that goes to $1 billion, that is a hard road to get to. There's a super hard road to get to where we just don't have access that everybody else has. As far as the lending, because you need money to power your business. You need money to invest in your companies. You need money when you're trying to do that for like a couple, maybe some years, just to throw money at equipment, software, people, and not have to worry about having to pay people, not having to worry about turning a profit. That is all a crazy amount of money that you need that we do not have access to, that capital.
I would just add in on that. Every time we did make that step, and you can go through history and you can look at the other Wall Street massacres. It just didn't happen in St. Louis. You can see how black folks, when we were moving forward, they always came in and took our wealth and destroyed what we were growing. And now when we talk about the blacks who are millionaires now, those black folks who are millionaires, they're allowed to be millionaires because they play their game, right? They sell us as a community, their lies, they poison us. They constantly keep us down. But the reality of the matter is like, I'll say it again, Martin Luther King understood we were always intended to be the burden bearers. Look what happened after slavery, man. They made, the whole reason why they talk about watermelon and joke about black people is because when we got out and was doing sharecropping, we actually knew how to till the land and take care of it a lot better. So we were making better crops during that time period. And one of the biggest crops that we dealt with were watermelons because that's what they gave to us. And then because we were actually building profit from it, and the white folks out in the South were buying our watermelon and our fried chicken. So they were scared and concerned about our vertical movement, how quickly it was moving, because we were getting value. So what did they do? They put that into the newspaper, did the whole cartoons, the pickaninnies and the big lip, and made fun of like the watermelon sales. And they associated watermelons in a negative viewpoint with black people for the purposes of keeping us financially, burdened and down.
I kind of want to, and not to like try to put a nail in the coffin at all, but I would kind of want to revisit the conversation we were having about currency and like, let's say, emphasize on security bonds and things like that. Do we have any ballpark idea of how much things like that are worth?
We still need access to capital to get involved.
What do you mean? How much the security bonds are? No,
I'm talking about general security interests relevant to your natural person. Are we aware of strawman accounts, things like that? Like there was and not to, I guess, give these people credit, but what is it called? Sovereign citizens. It's not the term that I'm trying to emphasize on, but they are kind of, I guess, emphasizing on excessive all this extra nonsense.
You're talking about making smarter financial decisions on the person.
I'm talking about finding means to leverage capital other than fiat currency.
I mean, personally, I don't really care that much about money.
But wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about Bitcoin? What do you mean? Currency other?
I'm talking about security interests, like surety bonds, things like that.
Like he means like investing and like going.
I know what security. I want to make sure we understand. Explain it to me like I don't know what you're talking about, so we can understand. Is it we all on the same page?
To give a contextual example, the people of Saudi Arabia, right, Dubai, how I was explaining before, like their wealth is passed down through lineage, is kind of similar to how trust fund babies established in New York or in America, right? If we were to work like that, what, in my mind, what access to capital wouldn't we have, where we can kind of just pull up to somewhere, sign our name, that name or that signature is attached to an account that in some ways regarding America is indefinite regarding funding. Like it has.
I don't know.
But hold on. You said, but wait, because you're saying, hold on. Let's get a better example, because what you're talking about is people who own an oil asset that they're passing on. We don't own that type of shit. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying as far as setting up like that. We can't do that. So maybe a better example, brother. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
No, we definitely can't. That's what the social security system was set up to do, was allow us to take, I guess, leverage over our security that's set up via the government, and leverage that as like capital if we need.
The social security system? How's that?
It's tied to the Federal Reserve.
But how can we leverage the social security system?
That's its own system. I can't necessarily expand on that.
I think the way we could kind of do something like that is if black people, we all got on the same page. Like I'm doing it with my family.
Why we gotta do all this to get loans?
We don't gotta get on. We don't gotta get on the same page, bro. Ain't no other group
I've been quiet as hell sitting here. You niggas been talking.
I'm gonna trigger you, Marky, because we don't got to get together, man. Ain't no other group got to get together. They fight kill each other like everybody else.
After I said that statement, I said my family. So that's what I meant by getting together. I'm not saying you got to go up to a random bum ass black nigga on the street and say, "Hey, do this with me." No, what I was saying is, me and my family, we signed up for life insurance, and after you pay $120 a month. After 5 years, you could take out, after 10 years, you could take out up to $50,000, and you leave behind. And after 10 years of payments, you have a policy of over $150,000, and it increases by $350,000 by another 10 years if you're in there for 20 years. So me, my mother, my father, the three of us are gonna do it. I got my little son, he's special needs, and I got another son, and we got other kids. Like by doing that, you're directly passing on generational wealth to those little kids.
That's at least
Like
a $250,000 right there.
when I say black people need to get on the same page, I'm just talking about your families. Because what Pittsburgh T has said is true. We don't have access to capital. Like these big ass fucking I forget the name. What's his name? Harvey Murdoch something. The guy who owns Fox News, who came over here from Australia. He had a huge amount of capital because he started out in the oil industry, and the oil industry by
Rupert
itself
Murdoch.
supports agriculture. Yeah, Murdoch. Yeah, the oil industry by itself supports agriculture, pharmaceuticals. So they can a guy like that who comes from that type of background and industry, he could literally pull capital for whatever he wanted. We don't have that. The best we could hope, and my plan is do the life insurance stuff, educate my kids. My autistic son, he really likes computers. I'm gonna teach him how to code, and hopefully he start his own, semiconductor manufacturing company. Because that seems to be that's gonna be the important or the necessary industry of the future.
Platforms.
I agree with that.
Foundations.
Exactly.
Manufacturing. Exactly.
So you get the generational wealth through the life insurance. All your family get on the same page, and you impress upon your kids how
Circling it
important
back to a
education
system.
is.
Right.
True.
Setting up a system that's actually for us.
Exactly.
And I want to say something that, so I go by Swift, but my name is Tanber. So I just want y'all to remember my name and especially this conversation, because I can't really get into it now, but later I will
I
be
apologize for calling you
explaining.
Demi earlier. I apologize for misplacing your name earlier. I
No, you
apologize.
called her a white woman. Don't even speak Russian. Speak.
Demi is
Go
not a
ahead.
white woman name.
Go
Demi
ahead.
is literally a black. That could be a black woman. But go ahead.
Go
Go ahead.
go
Yeah,
ahead. Sid.
okay. So I can't really touch base on it now, but what I will say is black folks, we could have capital. The way to get to it, and I know that this gonna sound off, but the way to get to it is literally through God. And like I said, I'm gonna just leave it at that, but I'm gonna explain it later on.
The
So
churches
just
don't get
remember,
taxed.
huh?
Churches don't get taxed.
No,
Hard.
They
because
don't loan money either. Most
Not
of
only
them
that,
don't
you're
loan money
bringing
either.
in all that money from
Yo,
the parishioners.
yo, y'all
Point-
finna
no,
make me
because
Most
say
of
that
them
I'm
don't
juicy
gonna
loan.
shit.
explain. I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
most
able
of
to
them don't loan
explain
money
it
either.
later on in better detail about exactly what I'm talking about. But as far as black people, we could have capital. We just have to go through God to get it.
Okay, so for us non-believers, because there's a bunch of people that don't believe in what you believe in, we can't access none of that stuff. And this is the problem with this stuff. Like when we do this, a lot of times people do this individual stuff, because I can do the individual stuff and make myself sound spectacular, but it's not going to help the collective. And the collective, we don't have access to capital. We just
That's
don't.
why
And we can do
God.
all these other things. We can do all these other things, and it don't make a difference. And we can look at study after study after study with people with legit businesses that have products. And you know what ends up happening? They end up, especially in tech, and this is well documented. They get in tech, they have a good product or service or software, and a big dog come and take it. And what do they say? Sue me. I don't care. What you gonna do about it? And they spend so much time and money litigating that stuff. By the time they finally go to the court and do all of that, they just settle out of court for pennies on the dollars. Meanwhile, they stole their software. Facebook them knocked off I don't know how much people's software. YouTube them knocked off I don't know how many people's software. Apple knocked off people's technology, software, hardware. The recent one was the watch, where they had to stop making the watch that they had to knock off and stole somebody's complete technology. And the little guy don't even have money for the litigation of the stuff. And so by the time it actually gets to the point where they've exhausted all their money because they're millions in, they gotta let them have it. So this is a game that we just try to play that don't make sense, that we don't understand.
Yeah,
Well, you
exactly.
said a key
So
point, Pittsburgh T. You said non-believers. Exactly.
so let me just say this.
So
Let
we
me say
stay
this.
in the pitiful state we in.
To Marky Dan, when I interrupted Marky Dan, this is why I jumped off. This is why I jumped off the chain, because I feel like why we always gotta get together and collude for our wealth in the game. Like we can all agree that the system is rigged. Even people that don't believe it's racism the problem, they say it's the rich people. Well, who are the rich people? What do they look like? White people. What does Congress look like? White people. Okay, now we're back to race, right? Like we gotta sit here and play this game and act like we gonna get together and outsmart the rich. Like America is functioning the exact way it's supposed to when racialization became a thing. This is what the founding fathers had. They own slaves. It's functioning exactly how it's supposed to. And ain't no one, what did they call him? Exceptional Negro. What do you call him on Django? Bright boy. Ain't no one bright boy gonna solve everything. And the ones that try to do, that do try to solve stuff. Martin Luther King didn't get killed when he talked about civil rights. It was when he was talking about wealth and giving us checks. That's when he was unalive. So I mean, like it's functioning exactly the way it is. And why we always got to get together
Call it
and come up with some
socialism, call it
plans.
whatever you want. There must be a more fair distribution of wealth in this country.
Exactly.
And
And
then
that
they
was they were like,
shot.
whoa,
Like I
hold
said,
on.
just remember my name, Timber. You'll be hearing it, and you'll be hearing my story. So I just want to say that.
Yeah, we always got to get together and come up with a counteract plan. Nobody else got to do this stuff. That's the most frustrating part.
I
Like I
mean,
said, we
nobody
always
else
on,
got our history, Dr. Scholar. I
but we
mean,
always on trial, bro. That's so irritating, bro. It's so irritating to me, bro. Like we always
this
gotta.
whole fucking social experiment, like this whole idea of American constitutional democratic republic is a trial run.
There we
Like
go.
all of this shit. Like we
Bro,
come like
you
100
do,
years ago,
but
the
this is okay.
idea
Let me,
of one person ruling and lording over everybody and murdering them when they didn't like what they said was normal. Like that was a normal
Marky
thing
Dan.
throughout
This
the
is what I
entire
mean.
world.
But this is what I mean, Marky Dan. We just had a conversation earlier about wealth, about debt, and all that stuff, right? America itself doesn't appropriate its funds up like responsible, right? In the
No.
bills, divvying the money up and taking care of look, Israel's is our baby daddy. They don't care about us, our abusive baby daddy, right? And we keep giving them money, right? Nobody shows up and wags their finger at them and talk about personal responsibility. Meanwhile, black people are on trial for buying nice things and all this other stuff when 60% of Americans live check to check. I get tired of this, bro. We got to act like we're the only people that do and experience life. And we always got to feel guilty about it.
But who said we had to feel guilty about it?
I mean,
The
the brother
people who
that was
tell
saying that we're not financially responsible with our bread.
Generalizing it or making it seem like it's just a personal problem within
Yes, that's the guilt part where you like, well, where you're on the defense. Well, we can do this. We got to understand this. Like, man, come on, bro. Why we got to be always on the on trial for something that we ain't really even do?
Yeah,
Like we got to answer for black
like-
people that we don't even know.
Seeing like the way, just how my mind is set up and just how I live my life. Okay, somebody want to put me on trial and give me the 4th degree about something. Like somebody I don't even know. Okay. And I'll leave you there with all your questions of why. Because who are you? I don't answer to you. Okay.
But that's your own personal experience, though. That doesn't reflect the overwhelming majority of other people.
Well, I can't. Well, that's what all I can speak on is my personal
That's the
experience.
thing. Is when you have
So that's
people,
why I don't look at it like that. Because who
But
are you
when
to
you
question
have-
me about anything?
when you have, the same people making the same complaint about something, I try to listen to them, and I think that's the big difference between what separates me and other white people. And when you start listening to those problems, it starts to contextualize a lot of the issues that don't even necessarily have to do with race. It's all tied together, and that's
Black
the
people
thing.
just
Is you
have to heal. We have to just heal. That's just what it comes down to, and we have to elevate
How?
beyond racism.
Okay, let's start
How
this,
do
sister.
we
How?
heal? They pumped our
No.
Firstly, they
not even
got the
serious,
man
bro.
out of the house
How?
in the
Like, where do we
70s.
start? Where do we
Then
start?
they
So we
pumped drugs into our communities in the 80s. Then they come out with a crime bill where they could send you to prison for over a decade if you get caught with some weed.
Yeah.
How do we
And-
heal?
And that's the thing. It's like white people have to take their
You start by going
responsibility as well.
within. You start by going
Man.
within.
Mm,
So
When you
so look,
can't,
so look.
when you ain't got two nickels to rub together, all that stuff you talking about is nonsensical. And most people ain't got $3,000 in their bank. Not us, but most people,
I've
and
I've
especially
been
the impoverished
there,
people. So
But
like,
I
I've
yeah,
been
but
there, and I
that
still
doesn't.
healed from it.
Okay, but see, you keep
but
trying to
hold on.
personalize
So
it.
See,
We're
it's possible.
generalizing it.
So it's
outside the
You keep
nickel,
talking about you
outside
talking about your
outside
personal experience. We're
but it's
outside
talking
of
about in
possible.
finances,
general.
outside of finances,
That's
we
like if
like.
there's one
I,
millionaire, okay, one black millionaire, so be one black millionaire, so I know I can do it. It's possible. All I need to see is one.
That's not.
so,
No, that's
but we
not
still talking about.
true.
Hold on. We still talking about money. We still talking about money. So what
No,
you
she
just brought
talking
up
about
is.
money. I wasn't talking
But
about
hold
that.
on,
I
hold
was
on.
saying that. I wasn't talking about that. I was
She
saying
said
that the stuff she's.
healing,
Yeah, but
healing.
we can't
We
get.
can.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. We're
We
talking.
know
Go ahead, you got it.
we know a lot of rich people that are effed up. Gucci Man talked about it, right? Like he talked about his mental health and how his girlfriend or his wife, excuse me, helped him through the mental. And he's rich as shit. So money
Oh no,
don't
no, no, no,
just
no. I
solve.
wasn't saying that. I was saying when you say y'all say how do we heal? And I said you have to go within. And I said I
Okay,
did
stay
it. And
right
I was
there. Stay
saying
right there. I'm gonna meet you there. I'm gonna meet you
mhm,
right there where you just said healing, right? Because we like
mhm.
psychologists, we know more now about the human mind than any other era, right? We're talking about as far as autism and diagnosing all that stuff, and we know a lot about that, right? And everybody
Mhm.
always say, "I'm gonna decompress from the internet." My mental health, mental health's thrown around like a lot nowadays because we know more about it, right? So,
Mhm.
with knowing what you know now about mental health, look at all of the strain of race and its effects on black people. They have not been offered any type of therapy. They still are in messed up neighborhoods, ghettos that was created for the Jews, which black people ended up somehow getting stuck there. They haven't apologized or offered any mental health for the drug war, any of the stuff that Marky Dan brought up. And it's like, why is healing doesn't start with the person just trying to pick themselves up and heal themselves? Like
It
like
does
the people
actually.
that have
You have to
schizophrenia,
make that
we try to get.
decision.
Okay, so right now, let's say I'm a black person and I want to heal, right? So I
Mhm.
don't have no money for therapy, right?
Mhm.
I'm just like every other American, 60% that live in check to check. I'm living check to
Mhm.
check. I'm overworked. I'm stressed,
Mhm.
and I still have all the problems that we're talking about today to deal with. When do I have time to go to therapy?
mhm.
Well, you don't if you can't afford therapy, I can understand that. Because I was very skeptical about therapy coming up as well. When I say heal, you have to make the decision you want to do that, and you have to go within. You have to spend time with yourself. You have to spend time in quiet so you can really hear what's going on. If you understand what I'm saying, you can heal yourself. You have to strengthen your connection with God. When you spend time with yourself, when you talk with yourself, you're spending time with God, you're talking to God. And through that quiet, you'll be able to hear him, and he'll be able to speak to you to let you know exactly what you need to fix. I mean, we all know we got stuff we need to heal. We know what's going on inside of us.
But
We know
This
from
bootstrap.
I don't
This
think
5
a
that's a
years old.
this
fair.
a
I don't
nice
think
way.
that's fair to say that.
yeah,
I don't.
Yeah,
when you
this
make
bootstrap talk. This just a
yeah,
Not
look. This just a nicer way to say bootstrap. Get yourself together and pull yourself
not
up. This
fair
is
to say
a
what, I'm
prettier way
sorry.
of saying it. That's all it is. It's bootstrap
well,
talk.
even
That's
then,
all
I
I'm
don't
like
think it's
saying.
fair to say that people know they have something wrong with them. I think when you have so much being forced down your throat, television,
No, no, no.
music,
What I mean
movie,
by that is
influences.
it starts at it because a lot of the stuff that we go through, a lot of it starts from home. A lot of our
I
traumas
get
come
that.
from the
I get what you're
inside the
saying.
house. And
I
then
get
once
what you're
we
saying.
get older and we come and we get into the
Okay.
world, then we also experience other things in the world. So
I
that's
get
what
what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But the fact that you're framing it as personal responsibility first, it comes off as intellectually dishonest because you're making
How?
it seem like it's a problem within Black people, as a culture rather than
But
considering
that's what it
outside.
is though.
But you're not considering outside sources, and white people have had a very large impact on that.
I'm not dismissing that at all. I'm not saying that. What
It
has
kind of
happened has happened. It's in history. We can't erase that. But we can move forward And by moving forward, we have to heal. That's the only way we can move forward, or we're gonna be stuck in this same position talking about the same thing 50 years from now.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think, you know what I mean. You have a time. You're coming from it from, you know, from a personal understanding, right? Because I understand exactly what you're talking about, 100%. But you
Mhm.
know, in my dealings with the folks that I deal with, I don't think they actually even understand that there's a problem. And I think they get influenced by so much in today's society that they don't have a moment to actually let their brain rest to listen to the inner, to try to heal, to try to understand. And so the first question I would say is, how do you reach those folks to get them to even understand that? And that's what I mean by not fair, because I think you're looking at it from a different perspective, and I don't think most of us have, you know, have that perspective or can
Yeah,
even
but
obtain
that's
that.
It's
Well,
called
what
but
I
that's not
meant
true
by
because you
that
gotta
is
look
like,
at look.
you know if you're
He look.
inside, like, oh, go ahead.
Well, I'll just say quickly that's kind of irrelevant because the most successful people have mental issues. We look at Elon Musk; he on every drug known to man: ketamine, coke, weed, you name it, he on it. Same thing. We can go down the list of all these people. So that mental health stuff, that's just the card that we play for our systems where we're victimizing the victim. Person who's oppressed by the system, we can't say the system is fucked up. We got to find something that's wrong with the individual person. And we see other people who have the same conditions, if not worse, be way more successful. And it's not that they have no community has a right to just smart people or intellectual people or geniuses. There's no one community that has that. That's across the board. It's just access to opportunity most of the
Well,
times.
well, what I'm saying is we have to heal the inner child in us. We know, when I say we know we have problems, what I mean is we know the emotional battles we fight within ourselves that we don't tell anybody about. You know the things that happen in your childhood or your adolescence that scarred you or hurt your feelings. You went to the store. I mean, it can be something as simple as you went to the store, you wanted those new pair of shoes, but mama couldn't get them, and that pissed you off, and so you still feel that to this day, and it still affects the way you operate and move as an adult. So that's what I mean when I say we know we got problems. We know the emotional conflict that we have within ourselves. When you wake up mad in the morning, you just mad, got an attitude all day. You know, you like you said, people be on drugs when you need to stay in an induced state because you really can't deal with reality. So you just have to you know what's going on within you, and it's either you want to fix it and heal from it, or you don't, and you're gonna keep trying to cope with it. That's all I'm saying. We have to heal
But you
as a
don't.
people.
Yeah, but you're trying to make us these perfect people. The people who are successful and getting these
I'm not
opportunities,
trying to
they're
make
not.
anyone perfect.
No,
I
you
said
listen.
heal.
The people, no, okay. So the people who are what we're saying that they do these things, they're not healed people. They're not. So we don't even have to do this. Like it's plenty of people that's walking around that's unhealed that are finding
I,
success in the things that they're trying to do. So you don't have to be healed in order to get to this place that you're talking about
well,
because
the
no
saying
other
money
ethnicity
doesn't
has to
buy.
do that.
Well, the
But no,
saying
what
money
you're
doesn't buy
saying,
happiness.
well,
Well, the
I like
saying money doesn't buy
my
happiness
people.
exists for. The saying
No, it
money doesn't
doesn't.
buy
No,
happiness
that's
exists
not.
for a
That's
reason.
not. Okay, let me
What
finish
well,
what I'm
what I'm
saying. What I'm
saying
saying
is
is, no, hold on,
that
let me
particular
finish.
saying
Sister,
does
let me
exist for a
finish.
reason.
Yeah, I know why it is. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay,
What
then.
I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying is that what you're saying and that misnomer that you're pushing, that's not even true. And that money, that thing you're saying, that was given to people. A lot of those old hymns are done during slavery time to keep people in the condition and not want for
What
more.
money?
And those are a lot of that
I
stuff
didn't.
is what
What
people be
money?
pushing. Let me just finish. I'm almost done. And what I'm gonna say is that like we can't keep trying to act like we got to be perfect to get where everybody else is, and they're not perfect. Most people going to psychiatrists and people with the money, the people who got to live in the affluent neighborhoods. So we can't act like that. People who seem to have some kind of success move out of these neighborhoods that are other groups that they're having so much success and they're healed people. That's just not true. That ain't on. That's just something that people just say just to
That's not
blame the
what I
victim of the
said.
stuff.
I didn't say that at all.
Can we talk about how immigrants are doing better than our black communities?
Yep.
No, they not.
Go ahead. You got it.
They're
Okay.
not.
Well, um, statistics show that black immigrants actually do much better than.
Look at God. That wasn't me, by the way. I don't know what happened.
I mean, I would imagine if they didn't have to deal with, 250 years of slavery.
And that plays a role. Black people are still messed up from slavery. A lot of us still on the plantation.
You know
Just
what he
don't
finna do?
realize
I
it.
already know what he finna do. I grew up watching Fox News. This is what he finna do. He finna say, how are other groups coming out here and outperforming y'all? And we just talked about mental health. We talked about propaganda. We talked about all of these things, right? And then, not to mention this, they're coming off the backs of us fighting for civil rights. Like the idea that Asians want to get rid of affirmative action after black people done got lynched for it, bled, died, and all that stuff for it, right? They get rid of it, and it don't even affect us. You know why? Because we know how to endure. All we ever wanted was an equal playing field. And you can see it right now through education, college education, the most educated group. There goes the bootstrap stuff. So I don't even agree with the premise that he was fit to say. He was fit to say that they're the most educated group and they're doing all this. Nah, we're not going there. What's your
What's
excuse? I already
bootstrap
know what.
stuff? What's bootstrap stuff? What is that?
So that just basically what we hear from white people normally is that if anybody could do it, you could do it, and that pull yourself up by the bootstraps. That's what the bootstrap talk like, and just get in the
Oh,
game and mind over matter. We don't mind if you don't matter. Just all kind of inspirational TED talk shit that has nothing to do with anything.
Well, a lot of it is like stereotypes too. They'll think like just because they could do it, that means everyone could, and at the same time, they think like, minorities are eating the most into the tax system and stuff like that. It's all racism when it comes down to it.
okay.
Mhm.
I don't know if y'all can see my picture. I get
Yeah.
more respect out of Marky Dan when
That
I got
Brad
this.
Pitt.
Yeah, Marky Dan respects me a lot more when I have this picture up there. So I like to put it whenever I'm talking. People respect me somehow, But yeah, man. Yeah, but I really hate that we're always on trial. That really irritates me. Like I said, because I'm aware of this. Like we just had a conversation, and like I said, it was flowing good. Like I like that we transitioned like really smooth. But we were talking about the economy. We were talking about money. We were talking about debt. We were talking about all this thing. How China has bought our bonds. We talked about all of this stuff, right? And we talked about how irresponsible the government is. That's leadership. Why is it that the bottom has to be the responsible ones when the top don't? Like they collect our money and spend it how the hell they want to spend it and give it to themselves. When the shutdowns happen, they'll be like, look, guys, we're fighting, but we have to meet up and get paid so that we can sit at home so everybody else won't get paid. Y'all agree? All right, let's go. Like they'll come together for stuff like that. War. Hey guys, you guys want to make some money off these defense contractors, these lobbyists? Let's pass these bills. Like they never work for the American people, but nobody wags their finger at them and tells them, hey man, you need to be responsible. Give them a responsibility speech. So why act like we're doing something that is so, like I said, so unhuman or so not common, and just we always battling this, and I hate it. I hate it with a passion. That you and I see it in everyday workplace. Like if it's like my homie that's on the panel, that's a lawyer. Like you need to prove that you're the exceptional Negro and you're not like everybody else. Nobody else has to do that. Nobody else is on trial or even feel like they have to do that. That's irritating to me.
I understand the whole trial thing. I just do not live my life feeling as though I need to prove anything to anybody. I cannot get with that. But I completely understand where you're coming from, though.
I get it. I get what you're saying. You're saying you don't give a damn what they think, and I look at it like that is, like I said, that is in practice a good idea and how you should live life. But it's you won't. The whole purpose of life is to acquire love and resources. You know what I mean? And some people are opposite. is resources didn't love or never love, Elon Musk case. But that's why he's feuding with his dad publicly. He is like the typical father. I hate you, dad. Like it is hilarious between them. But yeah, so
See,
in practice that is good. But I mean, you look at all the CEOs, you look at all the ownership, all of those people. So that what they think of us should not be valued in principle, but it matters in economics. So you could ignore it or acknowledge it. It's still gonna matter.
I see your point. Yeah, yeah, in the way it can. Yeah.
Can I chime
Sister
in
Neat?
here for a second?
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, I've been listening off and on for the last, few hours. So I got a question, like for everybody on the panel, everybody that's in the chat. Couple points actually to bring up. One, and again, it's a genuine question. Kind of going back to currency and the Fed and the oil and all that kind of topic. Where exactly did we get started with the U.S. currency having to be the currency that all oil was actually bought and sold and traded in? Like, where does that come from? Who started it? How long has it been that way? Because there's so many currencies out there, people are trading currencies. We got gold, silver, all that. You can barter,
It was post World War
I
II.
genuinely don't know how that got started and why it's that way. And the other thing is, and maybe the lawyer on the line can address this, or anybody can address this, but, how do we get rid of all this racism that you guys are talking about in a lot of ways, I guess we could talk about it, but I mean, does literally just erasing the race box on all applications actually solve that? Does it help? Would more loans get, into the hands of people not based on that race box being checked on the paper, or getting into school, or the government loans, or whatever? I just wanted to throw those out there.
So a couple things. You asked a lot of questions. First of all, let me start off by saying this. You know why I thought you were trolling me, bro? Your voice kind of sounded like Stone Cold Steve Austin, bro. So when you were talking, Vince, shut your ass up before I knock your lights out. That's all I kept hearing, bro. But let me start with this. Okay, so getting rid of race, bro. I feel like race, tribalism is a part of being human, and it only is a problem when I feel like black people ask to be treated equal. Like that, I feel like that's the only time that race really become a problem. Because like even in Texas, I could go like there's Arabic people that come over. They have their own shopping place. They have their own community. Like they exclude themselves from other people, but it's not a problem. But like they're not heavily policed. But black communities are heavily policed. If black people congregate, they are overly watched. I feel like the problem to me is embracing the racism. I feel like when you whistle past it, that's whenever you get the non-overt stuff that y'all were talking about earlier, and this normally leads to systemic. And the people that are beneficiaries of it, it's their job to ignore it because they're beneficiaries of it. It's like asking the guy in the VIP section, "Hey, brother, can you give us some of those bottles of Dom Perignon?" Hell no! What the hell? I'm in the VIP section. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's what it's. It's just it's baked into our culture. It's never going to go anywhere. In my personal.
I mean, it kind of sounds like just that box on any form, whether it's a government form or a bank form or anything, is racist in and of itself because you're asking somebody their race. Like, who cares?
Yeah, and that's why I don't even answer the question, like, or I'll just put other, because I do have other races in me. So
I mean, that's how. It's that right there. That logic is to me is like a catch-22. I'll tell you why I say that. Because every statistic that we know is because people have categorized themselves by their presumptive racialization, right? So like even medication. So certain medication genetically don't work on certain races, right? Or needs to be tried with other races. Like they even found a discrimination in healthcare based on racialization and stuff like that. So that's why I think that stuff is important, because if you just get rid of it, like how would
I mean,
they
for
know it's a
medical
problem?
Can
DNA
you give me an
gene
example?
reasons, yeah, for sure.
See,
I didn't
You want
know
to
with
that.
race,
That's interesting.
with the
What's an
race box, I
example?
feel like it's nothing
the
like
medical?
with the race box,
Mhm.
huh?
He wanted an example of medical. So my wife went to school. She's going to school right now to be a practitioner. So I was helping her one of her papers, and they looked into the systemic racism of the medical field, and they found out people with the same insurance, with the same disease, like if they both had cancer, that black people were dying at like higher rates, and they were like, "What the hell?" Because you expect something like that, right? Something
Mhm.
like care. You're caring for a human being. That race would not be involved. They're sick. What does it matter what their race is?
Exactly.
So they thought that would be pure. So they like dove into it a little bit deeper, and they asked the doctors like, why? Why do you think this is? And the doctors were saying stuff like they're problematic. All the stuff that goes along with how they see you through race. You know what I mean? Like loud and you
So
know. Like so yeah, that played a fact on healthcare, and we would have never known that if we get rid of the checking of the box, because it's here. Like if they get rid of the boxes, that's going to get rid of the data. I
Mhm.
feel like the racism is here to stay. So we got to, in my opinion, we got to keep the boxes. That's just my personal opinion.
I mean, I think it
I
just
think
comes down
that
to education. I mean, because like when you told me that, I didn't know that. But from my perspective, I think that's very interesting, and I don't understand why, it's so hard for other people to have that same interest. Knowledge is good. Yeah.
No, I would go back to like you said, education is very important. I think the biggest understanding is, where did race come from?
Mm,
Race in this country really started back, I think it was like the 1840s, 1860, whenever they came out with the black codes. The black codes first came out of like Barbados. And I think came after Barbados, they came over to like Virginia. Because prior to all that, actually, I think the Irish were the first group of people who were, I mean, they were slaves, but they didn't call them slaves. They were indentured servants, right? And they started off in Barbados, and then they moved them out here down south. That's where we actually get the term redneck, right? I'm West Indian and American. My family, my mom's side comes from Barbados, and out there they used to call them red leg, right? And after a while, I think they started bringing in the blacks because they dealt with the sun and the conditions a lot better. And then it came to a point where there was this guy named Bacon, and this Bacon was a landowner, and he actually wanted to move west, but a lot of the colonies had agreements with the Native Americans, and they were like, "Hey, we're not going to do that." So Bacon got together with the indentured servitudes and the slaves, and they worked together. And he was trying to make it sound like it was a whole issue of fair employment, right? Because of the conditions and everything everybody was living in was poor. So he riled up these groups of people, and they fought the colonists, and they fought back against the redcoats. And it got to the point where all the governors got together and they realized, damn it, we can't have all these groups together because they're very strong. Okay. Because before these black codes and this stuff came in, indentured servants and blacks, they all lived together, they had kids, they got married, so on and so forth. And you guys can look this up for yourself. It was called the Bacon Revolt, and I believe it was around the 1800s. It might be actually a little bit further, way back 1640. I think that's when it was. But look it up for yourself and get more understanding. But race in this country was always economic, okay? And they figured, hey, the way to separate it is to make the ladder. So they put black people at the bottom, and then they went up by color, right? And so that's where the race came along. And then a lot of the white folks bought into it because they were like, well, at least we're not them. And
I would
that's what's
dispute
been
that.
plaguing our country, right? This society for the longest time is not understanding where racism comes from and why it's here. But that's how we need to actually get rid of racism, is if we start to understand where it came from and why it's here. It's here to separate the masses so we don't get together and go after the rich folks, the folks who are actually controlling the system. and that's the reality of the matter. And I so
Dominic,
everything.
you're an attorney,
I'm
right?
gonna.
Yes, sir.
I mean, is just having that box on any form, whether it's state, federal, or any other type of form, is that not kind of a form of racism right there? Just asking somebody what their race is?
I would have to agree. I'm not sure. Was that Scholar? Someone who said, it might have been Scholar. Somebody was talking about it allows us to track things now.
Yeah, they do it for
And
statistics.
getting rid of that, I think, would actually be more harmful.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't be able to track the disparity in the
Well,
You
treatment.
wouldn't be able to track abuse.
I do understand where you're coming from,
The
but
statistics, yeah.
you need that so you can track it. But again, I think the way to get rid of racism in this country and anywhere is just to understand like where it came from and what the purpose of it
Nah,
is, right?
I think the
Because
way to get rid
racism
of
makes no
racism,
sense. We're all the human race. We're just different,
the
Exactly.
pigments.
the way to
If
get
we
rid of
were different,
racism,
we wouldn't be able to procreate amongst each other, right? So the fact that we can procreate amongst each other gives you understanding that we come from the same lineage of some sorts, and therefore there really isn't too many distinctions between us, and we need to stop viewing color and these things
Exactly.
as a separate, what's separating us, because what's really separating us is those people who want to stay in control. It's not
Exactly.
that it's the rich. That's what it is.
well,
Yeah,
I
so
would just dispute. I mean, I think racism, or at least the idea and separating people by race, like that stuff was happening way before the 19th century. You can go all the way back to the beginnings of colonialism with the Spanish, and they came out with the encomienda system, where they literally rated people based upon their skin color and based upon their lineage, whether
well,
you are European or if you were half European and half black, or half European and half native, they called you a mulatto. Or if you were full black, they called you a Zambo, which eventually morphed into Sambo, which was used up in the up in the English colonies to talk about their slaves. But the I don't believe that knowing the origins of all that stuff is what's going to solve racism. Like, I think that the reason why they created a racial caste system like that was because they wanted to organize the way how they were going to extract resources from these colonies, and they needed to organize their workers, and they needed to make, and the whites that they were going to have down there were going to be indentured servants that worked under them for a certain number of years, and then when they get free, they get to have all the benefits of being on top of this caste system. You understand what I'm saying? But the way that racism is going to be dealt with is when AI takes over. Is when everybody starts losing their fucking jobs to a robot. That's when this whole thing of, because you remember the one thing that one of the main things that or one of the main sticking talking points for people who are anti-immigration since the beginning of time. Immigrants are corruptive and corrosive to our society because they're coming in illegally, fraudulently, and they're taking our jobs right from under us by taking smaller salaries. These AI, bro, they don't need food. They don't need to be paid. Okay, all they need is their batteries to be charged.
No
Like, I was just
bathroom break,
watching
nothing.
it's called Boston Robot. I think it's called Boston Robotic. They did like a 60-minute a whole
yeah.
60-minute documentary on it. And this thing, like, it doesn't stand up like a normal human being. Its arms don't bend like a normal human being, and it's just able to stack boxes all day. And if there's a
Mm-hmm.
complicated task that needs to be done or something that needs to be fixed, it can fix it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's gonna solve racism, where everybody is fucked because, and I agree with what the brother was saying.
No,
It's the rich on. Yes,
no,
absolutely.
I
Are you
no.
could
kidding
That's
me?
not
kind of
gonna.
agree with that. Yeah.
That is gonna
That's
solve
no,
racism.
no. So
It's
I don't
gonna
know. If,
be us
okay,
versus them.
okay. Robots will win. What are you talking about, bro? Like
No, we're gonna fucking win.
Marky Dan, if you don't stop it.
That'll
You
be
see, you
like
young.
So
100
You
men
missed the
versus one
Matrix,
gorilla fighting a robot.
so I
right?
work in the IT industry.
Man, steal or break steel. I know that shit.
And I can tell you all of the problems that you're gonna have to worry about when it comes to AI, and it's not like the sensationalized stuff, like robots taking over humans. It's more of like the economic cost and the
Exactly.
strain on our electrical grid, and even it's eating up our water supply too. It's insane.
That's true. It is a strain on the economy. But also this,
Billions of
Marky
gallons
Dan.
of water.
Marky Dan, so I got to put it in terms because you missed the Matrix. Like I said, Marvel movies. You remember when Ultron took over, brother? It's gonna be like that. You know, they're gonna have access to your bank accounts, Marky Dan. They're gonna have to your porn, Marky Dan. We already know you watch interracial porn, Marky Dan. Everybody know you like white women, bro. Everybody knows it. Yo. Side note. Two things I want to add. So I was logging on the YouTube just now, and Will Smith has a documentary, or like it's
Oh,
called
Jesus Christ.
Pole on Pole with Will Smith. I was like, bro,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
bad timing, Will Smith, bad timing. Right?
Paul,
Secondly, is this
whoa.
Marky Dan is one of the most funniest dudes on YouTube, bro. Marky Dan was calling this white woman queen on the panel, bro. I could not believe my ears, bro. I was like, queen? Did it? Maybe I misheard
A
him.
white woman
Marky,
can't be a queen.
That's what I'm saying. What's Black and Scholar's problem with the whites?
okay. So look. Remember we talked about the utopian view of things and the way things actually are. So that queen stuff came when black people were trying to find their roots and their spirituality and all that stuff in Africa. So, and it was like a positive thing, like us wearing our hair natural and stuff like that. It kind of came around those times. So traditionally speaking, it's kind of like uncultured to call white men wasn't calling a white woman queen. I don't know. It's just like uncultured, especially for a black dude to do it to a white woman. That's not his
I
woman. I
mean,
don't know.
like I
Weird.
like.
Just weird practice.
I mean, I'm sorry it perturbed you that I called another woman a queen. I don't know what's
I mean, can you do it? Yes, but I mean,
like.
technically, a white dude can come up and say, "What's up, my nigga?" to another white dude. I mean, can you do it? Yeah. Is it
But
weird?
comparing queen to a white dude calling a black man the N word, like
I would rather
come on.
I would rather you see it normalized as a black woman being a queen and black men being kings than a nigga.
Oh, so give it to a black woman first is basically what you're saying. Like
Yeah,
how we got the
that's
vote first.
positive. I would rather you call them something positive than
But
something
but
negative.
could it not just be that you had like a comment up on the screen and like I couldn't see her name
Nah, don't
because
you
I
do
was
that.
small and shrinking?
Hey, you know how you know he's full of shit? Because
How
I
is that
had
full
fell
of
off the
shit?
panel. I had fell off the panel because I was like in the car or whatever the case may be. So they were talking for like an hour or two going back and forth. And also I wanted to add too that Marky Dan was rather quiet while they were talking. You know, he was submissive. You know, he really seen that white queen. He
Man,
just
shut
lost
your
his mind.
ass up.
He just lost his mind. He just lost
Mm-mm-mm.
his mind. You know, he became respectful. You know what I mean? He was like, I'm finna go get something. You want something from the store?
Black Scott, I
My
think I got a
Nubian
video of
white
you
skinned
admitting
angel.
to being the biggest coon
Well,
in the
okay,
United
how
States
does
of
he treat
America.
black women? Because maybe he just a gentleman.
Cut him off. Tell him go cook some plantains. What you be telling Angie? Tell her go cook your
I
plantains.
call Angie
Shut
a
up
grip,
and
but
get in
that's
the
my
kitchen.
girl. I love Angie to death. That's my girl, though.
Very
Mm-mm-mm.
derogatory.
I,
Very
I call
derogatory.
her a green banana boiler because I love
Well,
green
I'm a black
bananas.
woman,
I
and
love
he's
to get
been
my
very
green bananas
respectful.
boiled.
It's because
He's
he didn't
been
know you was
respectful
black.
to me.
He didn't know you
Well,
was black.
I've announced it, and he's still after the fact.
Now that he knows though, you on his radar. You definitely go get cut off every time you speak. From now on.
Wow.
He gonna get
Well,
I
you.
I
think
hope
He
I'm
gonna
very
get you.
respectful to the women in general of race.
He definitely gonna get you now. But but yeah,
and
Marky
I
Dan,
wanted to.
let me say this because Marky Dan made a statement earlier that I completely disagree with. He talked about AI and he talked about how AI was gonna bring everybody together. You know who you sound like to me, Marky Dan? You sound like Neil deGrasse Tyson when he was talking about COVID and how we now have an enemy without and how it was gonna bring everybody together. And we saw what was the results of COVID bringing everybody together.
No,
It
but
was
obviously you're gonna have a 1%, the techno fascists, the techno feudalists. You're gonna have those people. They're gonna own everything. They're gonna own the patents on all these AI robots and all their labor and whatever. Then you're gonna have like a middle class, which the techno feudalists are gonna prop up. They're gonna be running all they're gonna be a much smaller population than the bottom class. and that middle class is gonna be responsible for running the robots and shit. Then you're gonna have the absolute bottom, like the
Marky
dregs
Dan.
of society. Like you remember that movie Elysium? How they just like the earth was just fucked by
Yeah,
pollution, and
yeah, I
then
remember.
they had like a satellite where all the rich people lived. I
Yeah.
think that's what Earth is gonna kind of be like.
Nah,
And then
nah. You
you're
know
gonna
what's gonna
have
happen? You know what's gonna
and
happen,
then you're
Marky
gonna
Dan?
have angry, smart niggas like me that they're gonna
Nah,
be hunting.
Marky Dan. Somebody said COVID did bring us all together. Were you unconscious during COVID? That's crazy
No, no,
work.
no. But
But
I just clearly said.
no,
I
no,
didn't
not
say it.
you.
You
I'm talking
said that.
about the comment.
You
I'm
said
talking
that.
about the comment, bro. You gotta listen, Marky Dan.
Oh, my
The
bad, my
comment
bad, my
section,
bad.
somebody said that. But check this out, Marky Dan. This is what is gonna happen in the future, and this is why Elon's rushing to get to Mars, and he's rushing to develop robots to be really, really smart and self efficient and all this other stuff, right? Self sufficient, all that other stuff, right? Because if he goes to Mars, right, and he colonizes Mars, nobody has to listen to him. Nobody. Because he like, what is America gonna do? Go to war with Mars? Like our nuclear weapons are usually they're useless in space. Like
He
it
can
would
do
just have to
whatever
We
be
he wants.
colonize Mars.
There's
It's
no
over.
constitution on Mars. There's no laws on Mars.
Exactly.
There's nothing on
so
Mars.
that's why it's a race
There's
to get to
no there's
Mars.
no international space conventions. We don't have that. So like
Agreed.
if Elon Musk were to like bring like 20 different broads and breed all of them
Whoa.
and then decide, well, y'all are the dark broads. I don't really like your kids, so y'all are gonna be the work base. What is there
Whoa.
to stop him?
Marky, did you just insist that black people are gonna help build up Mars's economy? You racist.
From the Elon
You've been
Musk,
around your
Elon
queen
Musk,
too long, brother.
the Elon Musk terraforming seeding project. That's what I'm talking about. This nigga already got, I think, like 28 kids by 16 different broads.
Yeah, that's crazy. What's the point of even being rich, bro, if you got all them kids? That's crazy.
Well,
He don't
now
give
you
a
know
fuck.
why Trump
He probably
invented
got
the
a whole
Space
trust
Force,
fund
right?
set up for them broads.
I wanted to answer the question to the guy who asked about erasing the race box. I don't mind the race box, like, and just race is not an issue, in my perspective. The problem becomes when you do require us to mark that race box and then you use that information in a wicked way or try to use it against us. That's when it becomes a problem for me, and that's why I don't mark it, because I know the world we live in. I know the system and the corporations, and it's ran by wicked people. No matter what entity, what corporation, what type of business it is, at the end of the day, there's somebody who signs off on it. And no matter how many people they have under them, it's somebody who signs the bill whose name has to go on the bottom line. And it just comes down to, in my opinion, either that person is wicked or they're not.
Well, what I'll tell you is that all these companies or all these big publicly traded companies, they don't have the like an inventor or somebody who might come up with like a new invention like peanut oil and whatever. They do that because they actually have a passion and they want to make the world a better place through their inventions. When you're talking about these big publicly traded companies and these and these board and these board execs, they don't give a fuck about none of that. They have a fiduciary responsibility to their investors, which is to make sure that their profit margins is as high as possible so they can make as much money as humanly possible. And we saw that with the whole opioid crisis. And it's on record. Those people did not give a flying fuck about the fact that they were giving people Xanax, which is way more addictive than physically addictive than marijuana.
Yeah, so they
And
were
any
wicked
other
people.
drug you could name, like that shit will have you seizing up for 2 weeks if you're trying to get off of it.
In my opinion, it's just the heart of the person. It's just the mind and the heart of the person that you're dealing with.
No, it's the society, and this is a capitalistic society.
And
Profit
and
and capital rules
and
always.
and no matter what type of system it is, there's because the thing we have to realize is people set these systems in place. These things weren't just here. Like, somebody had to make the decision, we're going to do this, got enough people behind them to back it, and boom, there it was. So it's the people. No
Absolutely.
matter what, it's the people. It's who they are on the inside. Do you have a good heart? Are you a godly person? That's what it's about. Because if you have somebody wicked running a company and he's going to run it in a wicked way, we know how corporate America is. The higher you get on the ladder, you basically kind of got to be a yes man. If the
Can you
boss wants your opinion, he gonna give it to you. We know how that goes. Orders, directive, delegation. We know how that goes. So it just depends on who you're working for and the system that you're going to for help, or whoever you're dealing with. And that's all I'm saying. Either you're
You
a
know
godly
who
person with a good heart, or you're not.
you know who's objectively a better moral person, like has better character, like it just objectively looking at his relationship with his family, like he has a better relationship with God, is Barack
Hmm.
Obama. And then you compare him to somebody like Donald Trump. But even then, with Barack Obama being this man a character, he came in to the same system all of them do. They got the
Hmm.
military industrial complex, they got the war hawks, and these people
Hmm.
wanted to go after Gaddafi. And so Barack
Hmm.
Obama acquiesced to them. It didn't have nothing to do with being a good man or being
Ooh,
or wanting to change things. He gave in. He folded.
I mean, he kind of
Well,
And
did
that
hire
led
and
to
Hillary
that's that
Clinton
individual,
to
and
do
that was
that
that
job.
individual's decision. As an
I mean,
individual, that's the decision he made to give in. Okay.
Hillary Clinton was on board with
but
that,
but but, but my
Marky
point, but
Dan,
Boss
and
Stella, before you go, my point was the system. It don't matter who you put in there,
I
Queen.
get what you're
It
saying.
don't
Yeah,
matter how high
it
character they got.
corrupts. Got you.
Exactly.
It's still the individual. Because me personally, you can't give me no amount of money to do wrong to a person when my heart knows it's wrong. When in my conscience I know it's wrong. It depends on the people. And I mean
Yo,
the person. And either you are gonna stand on your principles, your morals, and your integrity, or you're not. And that's what
But
it comes
what
down to.
happens when they do that?
hold on,
They
Marky.
get fired or they
Could
got
somebody help me out with the study where they acted like they played noises of people that were like special needs, and they got the people to twist the knob, and the people was like grunting, and they were like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Those people are like." Does anybody remember that? They teach you in
what?
psychology.
What'd you
It's
say
like
it
a
was again? I'm
famous
sorry.
study. It's like
Yeah.
a famous study, and you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was the college, right? They were their peers, and they were like, "Hey, turn up this knob," and then they're like, "What does the knob do?" And it says it gives them some electricity, and like they still convinced them to turn it all the way up on these folks,
And they were
but
like,
it was
"Can you
really
please
shocking.
stop, please?" And they
It
kept
all
going. They
still
was like,
comes
"Don't
down
worry
to
about
the
it."
individual, in my opinion. It all comes down to individuality. Societies,
Like
communities,
you
they all are made up of people, individuals who come together. No matter how you cut the pizza, the cake, or the pie, it all comes down
like
to the person.
a more extreme version of that study or that experiment is just go back to World War II and Imperial Society. You had what was it called? Unit 731, where they were just experimenting people, cutting them open and then infecting them with different diseases to see what it does. Didn't give them no anesthesia because they wanted to see like how their body reacts and how they react to this terrible shit they were doing to them. Like that right there, and you had people that committed suicide like off of being involved in that. So obviously you had people that knew guilt, that had a conscience, that weren't fucking with that shit. But it
Mm.
don't matter. The system tells them you better cut that fucking person open. You better record how they react, how they scream, how long they're conscious after you doing this shit to them, or you're gonna be in that position, motherfucker.
And at
And
that
it's not
point,
really
why do
no
you want
different
to?
with our
Marky
system.
Dan,
At that
cuss
Huh?
point, why do
words,
you
and you
want to
said the
work for a
unalive part.
wicked system like that?
Ah, my bad.
Why do you
But
want to
that
be a
what
part of that
no
type of
what he's trying to
wickedness?
tell you, sister, is that system is America. And if we're being honest, like I said, we got to see the world the way it is. Like your phone that you're talking from right now, or computer or laptop, that was made probably a kid in China making a penny a day or 10 cents a day or whatever the case. Everybody just being in America using just the regular functions of America, somebody's being oppressed to get
No,
it
and
to
I
it.
completely understand that because I like to watch Dick Gregory, and it's something that he said that really caught my attention. He said, we all uh contribute to this wicked nation in our own way, however we do it. Like one example he said, is like when he travels first class. I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said he just named an example of like, how he contributes without trying to contribute. When he travels first class, the cost of the ticket and something about the oil and how it contributes to the society in a negative way. So yeah, we all contribute in a way because we live in a country that's built on corruption. So I understand that. However, there are things that you can help. So just help the things you can is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it would
Dick
be
Gregory, come on,
beautiful if
Charlamagne. I thought you were smart. Eh? Hmm? Hmm? The booty is where the tutu is, boy.
whoa.
That's what Dick Gregory be talking like. That was my Dick
Oh
Gregory
yeah.
impression.
Oh, okay.
Come on,
I
Charlamagne.
know
I
what
thought
you
you
were
were
saying.
smart. Eh? Huh? I ain't gonna lie to you. I used to try and attempt to watch Dick Gregory, but he's so full of venom and anger, I can't even get past it. Like there was an interview where a dude kept praising him, and he was like, it's an honor to really talk to you. You keep talking. Won't you shut the fuck up, eh? You like, bro, what? He admires you. Then what you want?
It took me a while to kind of get used to the way he talked too, because how he kind of jumped from different subjects, but he just dropped gems. And the thing is, he lets you think for yourself. He's not going to give you all the answers and hold your hand. He wants you to have your own cognitive, what is the word? Critical thinking. Put it together yourself. If I got to tell you how to think, then that's exactly what I'm doing. I can make you do anything, which is really the world we live in.
But I think that's what he does. He'll bring up something. He does what Fox News does. Fox News will always end stuff with a question, right? Is Barack Obama an American citizen? Question mark. Like they put the thought in your head. They plant the seeds of it, right? So they won't necessarily say he's not an American citizen, but by the time you end up get through watching the show, you'll believe that he's not. Dick Gregory does that too.
Right. He
He'll
leaves
pose
something on your
questions.
brain to think about.
Yeah,
Right.
he's leading you to the thoughts too as well. So I mean, listen, I like Dick Gregory for what he was. I feel like he was a smart guy and activist and all that other stuff. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I think in the grand scheme of things, I think Dick Gregory's really overrated. Like I listened to his stuff. There's never been a time where I listened to Dick Gregory and I was like, "Holy snap!" Blew my mind. You know what I mean? You know what? I wish Pittsburgh T was up here. I was gonna do a whole episode on this. Neil deGrasse
Yeah,
Tyson.
I prefer to listen to Dr. Cornel West. I never really
Oh,
listened
true,
to
true,
Dick
true.
Gregory. Because Cornel West is actually a historian. You know what I'm saying? And he talks that libertarian stuff, and he means that libertarian stuff about personal responsibility and about small federal government, about not having such a large standing army. Like all of these things in at least from how he at least from how he presents it, especially through a historical lens, like he makes very good points for
He
why our
also ran
current
for
system
president.
is. Huh?
He also ran for president.
Did he?
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that. Did he?
Yeah, he ran the last election as president.
Wow, I might have voted for him.
That's crazy work. You didn't know that, bro.
I
But yeah,
didn't.
that's crazy work. But yeah, Dick Gregory, he is what he is, bro. I give him his credit, but I think he might be a tad bit. But it's all about the style and who you like. But
Yeah.
I've listened to some of the stuff that he said. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So Pittsburgh T, me and Pittsburgh T was having this debate, bro. And I said I feel like there in America, this is an American issue. There's an anti-intellectual, an anti-scientific, scientific movement, and I feel like that's the danger. That's how we get to conversations that are not factual or whatever the case may be. And one of them was like Terrence Howard. Remember, Terrence Howard was saying that 1 times 1 don't equal 1, or what was he saying?
No, he was I think I know what you're talking about. He was talking about some formula of life, like some weird I don't even know. But like it was weird. It was like, why is Terrence Howard talking about this?
Spiritual journey.
Like,
Elevation.
ain't you supposed to be, breaking some poor black lady's heart in another movie?
Elevation.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why happened to that. Echo, hold on. No. So he was literally saying 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1. Or was it 1 minus? I can't remember. The 1 divided by 1. I can't remember what he said. But
Multiplication.
what did he say? What did he say? I'm gonna have to look
You
it up.
can't
Let me know.
time it. You
Yeah,
can't time
motherfuckers
something
like
like
Terrence Howard.
by 1.
Yes, because
Yeah,
when you
what you said about this guy is very true. We're moving back into an age of superstition. We're moving away from science. Motherfuckers, the way how a lot of Trump supporters look at things, they think if you use the same process to get to an answer, it automatically works for everything. Like they look at 2 times 2. Oh well, I got 4, so that means and 2 to the second power is 4. So that means this operation, the way how I did it the first time, is how it's always gonna work, and that's not true. If you're smart and you study context and historical precedents and you just know how to do operations, like you understand that that's really fucking retarded. And we're like moving back into like the age of when they used to think blood transfusions was witchcraft. And they actually have cases where they executed people
yo,
or doctors for doing blood transfusions.
Marky Dan, I just literally seen the other day that Tasha K came forward and said Michael B. Jordan
What that girl got to say now?
is Michael B. Jordan is a warlock, bro.
A good
A
one or a bad one?
warlock. She took
Did she
it back
say?
to Salem witch trials, bro. A warlock?
Well, they exist, right? Witches and warlocks
Sister, I
exist.
can't get jiggy with no. I
Well,
can't
it
get
doesn't
jiggy
need.
with it.
Well, that's the thing.
Well, I
Spirituality doesn't
mean,
need for people to believe it for it to be a thing. It exists. That's a whole thing that
yeah.
exists, and we're getting back
Well,
into
I
spirituality.
come from a line. I come from a line of witches. I come from a line of Obia women out of
So
Grenada
look,
and Trinidad.
They
and
they
I'm glad
exist.
you said that. I'm glad you said that. So the term witch was only the people who didn't understand what the other person was doing. A good example of this that I hear used all the time is when you go to church and you do communion, right? That would be technically viewed as witchcraft, taking the blood and the body and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
Those
it
people
is.
did not understand what Africans was practicing, so they titled it witchcraft and otherized it, and nobody even wanted to touch that, though that type of stuff. But
We don't know our history.
calling somebody a warlock is just like it's mad insane for several different reasons, right? Number one, it's like when 2 Chainz said that he was in his people was accusing him of being in the Illuminati, and his mama called him like, "You in the Illuminati?" He had to explain to her that he was not in the Illuminati. They accuse everybody of being in the Illuminati, right? It's a secret society, but they know everything about it, which is the weirdest thing. How are you not in the society but know everything about it? Then it's not a secret society anymore. Like a lot of stuff, if you really, really just apply a tad bit of logic, like these people are full of shit. There's like,
I don't
okay, so
agree. I don't
going
agree
back
with
to
this.
with what part?
What you said that what you just said? You said
He had
that
disagreed, don't
because
even
we
listen.
have all this information, or how do we have all this information on the secret societies, but you're not a part of it? Like
Mhm.
you got very dedicated journalists, and for
Bro,
all the
stop.
shit I even talk about, no,
Stop,
hold
bro.
on, oh no, you stop. For all the shit I talk about, Alex Jones, deservedly so, he was one of the first people to be talking about Epstein Island, going all the way back, not just to the 2000s, to the fucking
Publicly.
90s. He was
Publicly.
talking about Epstein
And you
Island
know why?
and Epstein taking kids to
You know
that
why?
motherfucking island.
The same
What?
reason he doesn't have any conspiracies on Donald Trump, because he had friends that was there. I'm pretty sure there's going to be pictures of him actually being there. So no, he's not a hero. He was just
Hey,
actually
I didn't say he was a hero, but you just made a point that I didn't agree with.
no.
the
So
term whistleblower exists for a reason.
What I'm
Exactly.
saying, what I'm saying is this: when they talk about the elites and the rich, they talk about their plans for society and stuff like that. And it's like, how would you know their plans for society unless you are at these parties? The Epstein stuff was just a trafficking thing. Okay, they knew he got word of that. He probably was there, but he got word of that. Knowing what the rich is gonna do and not being at the meetings is absolutely an oxymoron. It doesn't exist, bro. It can't exist.
Well,
It's
I
I'll
crazy.
don't
tell
agree
you
with that,
how.
Boxing Scholar.
When you
Who
have
cares
a
what you agree
spiritual
with, bro?
connection, when
No,
you have a spiritual
because
connection,
we're able to look at the year, I believe it was 1962, before the JFK assassination. It is on it's on paper that JFK was drafting orders to close 56 different military bases around the United States of America. And he wanted to pull us out of Vietnam, which was
Uh-huh.
going to cut off the supply to poppies, which was huge for the pharmaceutical industry. So it's very so like you like just using common sense, you could draw some conclusions about who would most benefit from JFK getting killed. The military industrial complex, for the reasons I just laid out,
Yeah, but
and
that's
then the
why it's a
big
conspiracy because
pharma.
you don't know. You don't know. You can
I mean, I don't
conclude,
claim
you
I don't
can
claim that
believe.
it's factual. I'm just
You,
saying I'm just drawing conclusions based on the facts.
yeah, but you don't know though. Bro. You
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
well,
I don't know. You're
do
right.
you?
I don't know.
One thing I want to add is that do you believe that God can talk to his creations,
No,
Nope.
or do you think only the devil has can get into our ear and
I
whisper and tell
think
us to
God.
do
I
I don't
think the
believe in the devil.
creator. I think the creator blessed us with intelligence, to discern things for ourselves. Yeah. I don't think
so
God has no.
y'all don't think that God can communicate to his creations?
No,
No.
Oh, really?
I, I think
No.
that
I'm
I
a
think that
deist. I believe that
a
God.
deity.
Yeah.
Is that what you meant?
Good.
Deities. But no. I believe
Well, that's
that
what I was
God.
saying. That's how you can know sometimes.
You can anything that doesn't verbalize and you seek communication with, you can find. Right? So if you want to find a oneness with the universe, you can seek that and find it, or whatever the case may be. So when you say communicate, you mean speak like actual words?
No. Well, yeah, you can speak words out loud, and you'll put that out into the universe. But God is all seeing, all hearing, all knowing. So he hears you when you speak, whether you just have a thought or you speak it out loud. And he can communicate back to you in his own way. Whether it's he gives you an idea, he gives you a sign, something like that.
But again,
Yeah.
that goes back to intelligence and
Yeah.
being conscious. Like we're different from all his other creations. Like he gave us the power to rule over and to manipulate his creations.
Whoa, look at you talking like your queen. You talking like your queen right now. Don't do
Why am
that,
I
Well,
bro.
talking? What?
well, that
Yep.
is true.
The woman you was calling the queen.
Well, that is true.
I don't even know what you're talking about, brother.
He gave us power over, authority over other creations. However, we are not disconnected from him. Well, some people are, but we're not disconnected in, like, you know what I mean, a natural sense. If you seek God, you can find him. So we definitely can
But what
communicate with
Well,
him.
happen? What happens if let's say Adolf Hitler wins World War II and he decides, you know what, the church wasn't very nice to me. No more religion. Fuck, no more Islam. No more Christianity. If you even mention God, I am gonna gas you. And 100 years later, that policy is still in place. You're not gonna have many godly people in the world, if any at all. And at that point, God, the idea of God as you are explaining it, would be dead because we would not have any concept. We wouldn't have no community around it. We wouldn't have none of that. He probably would burn any historical books or Bibles he could or other religious texts he could get his hands on. So
That's
in
that
that
could that may be
like in that
true. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
no. Yeah, you can respond to that.
Well, that may be true, and like, let's say that hypothetically did happen. Still, we come from the Creator. The devil is not the only person who can whisper in our ear and give us a thought. God, like you don't think that he can put a thought into the very mind that he brought into existence, the very brain that he brought into existence? You don't think he can't whisper into the very ear that he brought into creation?
I don't
Yes, we
believe he
can
does. I don't
definitely
think he
communicate
does.
with God. He definitely does. He definitely does. It's just a matter of can you hear him when he speaks to you? And not a lot of
I
people
mean,
hear, and some people do hear and they still don't follow.
I
Marky
look at
Dan,
that. I look at
Marky Dan.
an example of
He
what you
he
might be
can't hear
talking
you,
about
sister,
as
because when God speak to him, he ignores it, and he calling that white woman queen, so he
Uh,
can't fathom what you're trying to tell him.
well.
He
oh
How
got
about I
Lord.
call you boy? How you like that,
see, and look,
boy?
she didn't even gave him the
Yeah.
term. She didn't even gave him terms to pass down to me. But go ahead, Marky Dan, go ahead.
And
So I
Swift
found a
is
video. I found a video of Terrence. He said he said 1 × 1 = 2. That was his math.
somebody should have
Yeah.
hit him with a bottle.
Well, he's elevating.
No, he's
He's
not. He's being stupid.
misinformed.
He's elevating.
Yeah, he elevating right into some bad math.
Nah, he
See, and
elevating off of
People have
crack.
that into
That's
the
what he
and
narrow
doing.
mindset.
that's the
It's all about
thing.
identity.
Yeah, the identity element, and then the things that make our math works. Like if I said to you, "What's 1 × 1?"
I don't even like the way he talks. He talks like a sedity white woman. I'm just being honest. Well, basically, you have to understand. Like, bro, shut up and just talk. You don't talk like this.
What'd you say? 1? It equals 1. Now, what would Newton say is that? Action times an action. That's a reaction, right? Anybody in here that thinks 1 × 1 = 1, then you give me 2 pounds and I'll give you a pound back.
That's
And we'll call that
addition.
even, right?
That's
Because
addition.
1 × 1 = 1. An unbalanced equation. What we need to do is the first thing in math is you're supposed to have a balanced equation. 1 × 1 = 1 is an unbalanced equation. But the identity element, which is like the Jim Crow laws of the 60s, they say that anything multiplied by 1 becomes that same number as itself. Well, the laws of physics has to break
You know
down
who
in
you
order for
remind
that
me
to
of,
take place.
Boxy
Action
Scholar?
and reaction.
Hold
For
on, Marky
1
Dan.
× 1 = 1. In comparison to if I said, what's $1 times $1? Anybody know it's $1? Well, what's a dime times a dime, or 10 pence?
10 pence, yeah.
10 pence times 10 pence? That's a pound, right? 10 pence times 10 pence? Is that right, honey? Yes. What about 100 pence times 100 pence? That's $1 times a pound, right? That's $100, ain't it? What about a quarter? What about 4 quarters times 4 quarters? That's $1, right? That's a pound, right? Well, that's $4. Now, all of these things are legal. The banks can say $1 times $1 is $1 and give you that. Or the banks can say to a friend, $1 times $1 is a quarter times a quarter. It's 4 quarters times 4 quarters, and give that person $4. They can say to another person, $1 times $1 is 100 pence times 100 pence. That person gets $100. So that money is generated. And this is all legal. Do you think it's not happening in the banks? This is what 1 × 1 = 1 has got us. This inconsistency of our monies and our economy is sitting in the balance. And the rest of our future is sitting in the balance because our science has been stunted as a
Somebody hit
result
this
of the
man with a
problems in
brick.
mathematics, because math asks for the basic laws of physics to break down in order for 1 × 1 to equal 1. In order for 1 times 0 to equal nothing, laws of conservation of energy has to disappear. And math is the foundating laws of math is supposed to support the laws of physics. They are arm in arm. They cannot be in controversy with each other. So we need an audit on the Platonic solids. We need an audit on the square root of 2, and we need an audit on action and reaction. Or we either got to get rid of, we say 1 × 1 = 1, and there's no action and reaction. One or the other. You can't have both. And until we make that change.
You
That
know
man said,
who that nigga. You know what that nigga remind me of, Boxy Scholar? You remember the Boondocks when they were bringing Gangstalicious on TV to talk like he was an intellectual, and then one day after Obama won, they pulled the
yeah,
rug out from under that nigga. Hey, what's
yeah.
the 3 branches of government? And he said, the police.
Yeah,
This
bro.
nigga remind me of, bro?
Yeah,
This
he
is
was,
just a fucking like. This is an embarrassment. This is a
bro.
just
disgrace.
when he said that math and physics go hand in hand, I do agree with that. I agree with that
But
statement.
he's not. But he's not applying it. He's
Okay,
not
okay.
applying the,
So
the real math.
what? This is what he did a lot of. He talked like a salesman, like a trying to sell a car. Well, you make this much a month, and then you make that much a week. Then why wouldn't you buy the car? Like he was
You
just
know what? Swift was
hold on, Marky,
Swift.
hold on, Marky,
Swift
hold
was
on.
watching that light skinned what man with the green eyes. She didn't hear a word that came out that
That's
stupid nigga's
hilarious.
mouth.
That is
Well,
that's
And
hilarious.
actually, let me correct you, because my preference is not even light skinned men. So just so that's not even
Marky, then don't worry about it, sister. He think everybody
I
call white
apologize,
women
sis. I
queens.
apologize, sis. I
He
was just
think
I know
joking.
you
you was
see,
joking,
you
but we
see,
got
the
to set
moment
this
you
record
told him you was
straight
black,
because that was
you
not.
start getting colorist jokes. You see how
Oh,
you see what? Pay attention to him
But this
now.
is my sis. This is
but
my
But no,
hey,
people.
you the
I
one
didn't
who
know
brought
that
it.
other
You
lady.
hey, you the one who put it out there for him to even do it. So what is
I
that?
just no, I
I'm
just
Yeah,
had
playing.
I
I'm
had to let
joking. I'm
yeah.
joking.
I had I had to let you know where you stand on that, sister. I didn't want you to get no surprises. I
I'm
didn't want it to
joking.
be like "Don't be a menace." You remember, or not "Don't be a menace" on White Chicks when he was like, "You're not white." Oh, the deception. That's Marky Dan. Negro,
Oh
please.
yeah, white chicks.
That's
Somebody
Marky
get this
Dan.
jigaboo away from me.
That's Marky Dan, right? That's Marky Dan. But no. Honestly, what he said is there need to be an audit on math. That is the most funniest thing I've had because literally people that work in the field literally spend their lifetime auditing their colleagues, right? Like you can't just say some BS in math and it sticks. Math is around because it works. Like the idea that Terrence Howard is gonna audit math people is hilarious
That
to
nigga
me.
don't even know what's 1 times 1, or
But
rather,
that's
he don't
crazy.
agree with what, or he don't agree with what's 1 times 1. I mean, how would 1 times 1 equal 2? Like, there's one. There's only one of those ones. How
He'll
does that
I would
become
understand.
have
2?
to I would have to listen like more on his
No,
theory on
sister.
that because
That's the problem.
I'm just saying
One
like
times two is two
that doesn't
because you
mean I
have
have
two
to
groups of ones.
that doesn't
So,
mean I have to agree with it. I said I have to listen to it to really get more what he's saying because
why? Why
math.
Man,
not just write it off as
no,
BS? Why?
no.
Why not just write it off as the B? I feel like that's a
Because
lot of
I
the
don't
problem,
just do that because me I don't do that. I hear a person out and then
sister.
I disappear with my thoughts and I think on it based off what I know from life because that could be just a new
You you
perspective.
you,
You
you
know
want to know
that's how I learn.
the most dangerous thing today is keeping an open mind because somebody will come and pour some garbage in it.
No,
Like
Exactly.
I feel like it's okay to keep an open mind. Just have your foundation of what you know. Know the facts of life. Keep an open mind, but know the facts of life. Now, if
and
it don't
then
agree with
and
the
then
facts of life,
There's nothing
then
wrong with having an open mind, but you gotta
yeah.
be able to know. You gotta be able to go to places and and have like when you talk about a foundation, you're talking about credible news sources that you can
No,
go
I'll tell
like
you what I
for
mean when I
me.
say foundation. When I say foundation, I'm talking about
mm,
you have to know the facts of life. You have to know what you know. And I don't mean you've been pumped up with a bunch of BS all your life. I mean, you know what it is in life, you know the facts of life. That's what I'm saying. You have to have a strong foundation where you're not easily moved in your stance. Like that's why you're able to listen to other people's perspectives because you're not that easily moved. That's what I
I
mean
feel
by a
well,
foundation.
I feel like sister, that's a waste of time. Listening to somebody say some foolishness. I got a 5-year-old. I would rather listen to him tell me about what he knows about the world than listen to a grown MFer talk about some basic math and tell me why we've got it wrong. When the like I said that the people that use the science built the cameras that are around him, the all the engineering equipment, all that stuff based on the science that he's telling us needs to be audited. That's criminal.
Well, science. Well, let me tell you what a scientist told me. Okay, this is not my opinion. A scientist told me this. They said science is not 100% correct. It's just what we know right now. There can be a study tomorrow that debunked everything that we just said is true today. So,
Well,
and that came
that's
from a scientist.
that's not
that's
entirely true.
true. No,
That's not
that
entirely
is
true.
it's not
Math
entirely
hasn't
true,
changed.
but it is true
Math hasn't
because
changed at all.
No, I said
It's
science.
it's not entirely
Math is a
true, but
part
it
of
is
science.
true what she's saying because a lot of times you have like think about Galileo, like the scientific authority of the church was never to be questioned, and all he did was state something factual, and he had evidence to back it up that the sun and the stars does not revolve around us, that we revolve around it, and I've
And they
seen many other worlds, and they killed him. And then a century later, they came out with a publication saying, "Oh yeah, we were wrong. Yeah, yeah, we do.
yeah,
We
mark
we
it
Wait,
do."
in. Mark it in.
he said he saw
You're
many
talking
other
about
worlds.
huh?
You
Hmm?
said that he said he saw many other worlds, and that's how he was able
Yes,
to get that. So right, so just right there, I just want to
but
say,
to be
how could
more recent,
he
to be
saw
more
that
recent.
because God gave him that image to see. That was a vision. So that's what I mean when God can
And I think he
communicate with
actually
you.
had a telescope back then. He
Yeah, he
couldn't
did have
see
a
as far as
telescope.
ours, but no, he had a telescope. But
Yeah, and he
so
had and you know what else he had, Bacchus God? He had
That's why he saw
mathematics.
it. That's why he saw it from a telescope.
uh,
Yes, and he
Okay,
had
but back then
mathematics.
it's like, okay, that still can happen though, as far as God can give you visions. But with that, okay, that's not okay. He had a telescope.
But more to your point, sister. I think like back in like the 1912s,
Hmm.
the idea or the theory of Pangea. Pangea was the supercontinent that used
Yeah,
to
yeah,
constitute
I'm
the Earth,
familiar with it.
and
I'm familiar
then
with it.
yeah, and then after hundreds of millions of years, we broke apart after with tectonic
Hmm.
plate shifting. The guy who came out with that theory was laughed out of town. He was discredited by every scientist, every university in the world. Then 50 years later, they realized, oh yeah, he was right. Like
You
if
know
you
what
just
that
look at the
sounds
fucking
like?
map.
yo,
You know what that
so,
sounds like? Terrence Howard being laughed at now.
No,
okay,
Terrence Howard.
hold on. I'll get there. Hold on.
We'll see in
Let me
50
address this.
years.
Let me address this.
Nah,
Appreciate you,
one times one is
hold
always
up,
gonna
bro.
remain.
Hold up. Mark it in. Hold up. Appreciate you,
Good.
Rosetta. Appreciate you, Boy Scout Killer, for the gifts. It's not showing up on my StreamYard, but I seen it when I look back at my YouTube. So appreciate y'all for sending that. But I wanted to say this. No, so this is the thing with the Terrence Howard situation. I get what you're doing, but I get what you're saying, sister. But it's not logical to apply that to this, right? So first of all, we have one scientist, right? He was a philosopher and a scientist because that's what they were. They were the same thing back in those days, but he was actually scientifically literate. We're talking about that guy compared to a guy who brings up a flower and talks about how this flower is the key to the universe. That is completely two different things, right? And the people that are laughing at him, he has a chance to prove himself right. Galileo wasn't afforded that. They were like, "Hey, get him out of here. He's talking nonsense," or whatever the case may be. Like nowadays, the scientific field it's filled with people who have bright ideas, quantum mechanics and stuff like that. That's where you can really get quirky with it with quantum mechanics, right? Because they got to think outside the box. But like mathematics and all that other stuff, their job and their colleagues' job is to find out the truths of the universe, right? So their colleagues spent a lot of time or spend a lot of time reviewing their stuff. As a matter of fact, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that Terrence Howard like sent them a paper of his ideas, and he put like markers of why this couldn't be true and how they already came to conclusion. And Terrence Howard got offended. Instead of going to Neil deGrasse Tyson and being like, "No, you're wrong," and let me tell you why you're wrong. He got offended and stopped talking to Neil deGrasse Tyson because he put red marks on his paper. Like, bro, you can't be this sensitive and wrong.
You
But
know who that
yeah,
remind? Yeah, he sounds like that. It sounds like you describing Donald Trump. That's what you describe. Like that's what
mm,
it sounds like you describe somebody who it
maybe.
don't
I,
matter
I
what
just
you It don't matter what you put in his face. It don't matter what evidence you show to him. It don't matter how like what credible people, what educational background tell him something. His own mind and his own whatever the fuck is going through his day is what's going to rule. Like I remember they had the movie where he went to his doctor and he was like, "Doc, I keep getting bigger. I keep getting larger. I keep getting larger. I need to stop growing." And then the doctor said, "Well, Mr. Trump, you could do some exercise. I have a very good." No, doc, no. I need to stop getting larger. Well, okay, we can go with liposuction. There we go. That's the type of person like I'm getting from when I listen to Terrence Howard. Like for you to come out your mouth in such a prestigious place like Oxford and say 1 times 1 is not 1. And you need to examine yourself if you think that.
Well, hey,
Shut up.
Oxford has
I
heard
would
some
have hit him.
interviews.
You remember that guy, boxing scholar, who threw that shoe at George Bush? That would have been me if I was there.
Well,
That's
hey,
hilarious.
I'm sure Oxford has heard his interviews, and Oxford still invited him there to speak, to talk to impressionable college students. So that's one. Another thing I want to say is, I might lose y'all with this. Y'all might be just hanging on by a string, but I believe that he's going through elevation in his journey, because look at the age he is now. Look at where he came from. I mean, we talking about a dude who started out here for a pimp. That's the vibrational level he was
You know
on.
it's hot
Playing
out
pimps
here
on
for a pimp.
right, playing a pimp. That's the low vibration that he was on.
Well,
Like
wait a minute. He's an
in
actor. He plays a lot of people.
life, you can like in
Played
life you
Lucius Howard. Didn't
elevate,
he play Lucius
and
Howard?
there's different vibrational
Lucius Lyons,
levels.
or what? That
Mark,
is
you
that his
didn't
name?
stop interrupting that woman. God, I'm
Right,
sorry about
but
that. Go
even oh
ahead,
no, you're fine.
Queen.
But even with Empire, look at the character he played. That was, I mean, he was no different than what's the dude name that when he played a pimp, it was no difference in the character. Just one had money, one didn't. So what I'm saying is there's different vibrations and different levels that you can be on. And when you unlock your chakras and align your chakras, that deepens your connection with God and with the universe. So you can be given like you can reach the level of vibration where you can be given God-given knowledge that comes directly from source. Like you can unlock mental barriers on your mind when you raise your vibrational level. So to me, in my opinion, it looks like that's what's going on with him. Now I could be wrong, but based off what I know and how it works and how God works, that's what it looks like is happening. Because he's never talked like this. This is a complete 180, a change
I'll tell you
from
something,
who
sister.
he is. Mm.
I think Terrence Howard is just crazy. I think he's always been crazy, and I think that we're just now starting to see it in real time. I think that's what
See,
we're witnessing.
that's
And let
he's
me tell
not
you why. Let me
crazy.
tell you.
Crazy
Let me.
can't be an actress like that. That's not crazy.
Are you
Yeah,
kidding
that's
me?
playing
Crazy's
make
making
And a
believe.
F
lot
actors.
and I want to
But
say a
have
lot
you
of
been
times
downtown,
when
sister?
people are affiliated with God, they are going to be deemed crazy until
He
he
ain't.
what's the word I'm looking for? When you're affiliated with God on higher levels, you will be deemed as crazy. But that's all right, because you'll be in good company. You'll be crazy just
Mm,
like Moses.
Nah,
You'll
but
be
one
crazy.
he's
one
no. He's
times one
crazy.
one times
Yeah,
one
he's
is a
crazy
one
because of his
times one
bad now.
equaling 2 is not even crazy. That's just an objectively stupid statement.
And not only
He
that,
may,
not
but the
only that,
thing
he
is,
said, let me tell you what else he said, because it didn't just stop there. He went on Joe Rogan's show and said it furthermore and talked about when I was a baby in my mother's stomach. I remember I had a friend. And Joe Rogan definitely knows he's lying. He's like, wait a minute, as a baby? Yes, I remember as a baby in my mother's stomach. And I remember I looked in front of my face and I seen a shadow, and this was my best friend. Come to
well,
find out when
how do
when
you
I was born, it was my hand. There's studies that prove that the baby cannot have memories. Like you can't remember certain stuff up to a certain age, even if you have an
see
exceptional
that?
memory.
See, that's why I keep bringing God into it, because God surpasses all of that. God can give you memories of things that you forgot that in your lifetime you didn't even think happened or occurred. I
Well,
say
how
that
do
to
you
say
know
this.
it happened then?
Yeah.
It's sometimes you can have memories unlocked. Even therapists can do that. Like hypnotherapy, they can help you
But that's what I'm saying.
sometimes
How
with
do you
trauma
know it's a
unlock
real?
memories.
So you can implant false ones too.
You
So
only
how do you
know
know
it's
that
real
that's
when
real?
you have a real connection. I'm not talking about somebody who go to the club on Saturday, F2 dudes in the same night, and in the club, in church Sunday morning. I'm talking about you have a real life connection with God. You have a direct, real connection. You can sit down and meditate, and you can hear when God speak to you. I'm talking about a real deal connection here. When you have a real deal connection with God, he surpasses all those things. He surpasses the world, the stuff of the world. Like when you vibrate at certain levels and you align your chakras, you can be given God-given knowledge that the majority won't receive, because you're on a vibrational level that the majority's not on, because you took in a path that majority don't take.
Sister,
Like,
can I interject
sister.
here? Can I interject here,
Yeah,
y'all?
go ahead,
Of
brother.
course,
Go
you've
ahead.
been
It's been
quiet
a
this whole
minute.
Y'all
time.
talking
Go ahead.
about
I've been listening. Okay, Howard. I mean, I think he's been doing some mushrooms. I appreciate what he's saying, but you have to, because if you sit there and listen to it, yeah, 1 times 1. How can you have 1 times 1 equal 1? If you're multiplying one thing by another thing, it has to be greater. I understand what he's saying, but just mathematically, it doesn't fit in our system, right?
right, our system.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah,
That works. The system that works, sister. That's the problem.
right. Like, it's not perfect, and I'll agree with you. The concept that you had about science, right? Science
Mhm.
it's always moving forward, right? But
Mhm.
I believe what Scholar was saying though is about the peer testing, right? So science becomes a stronger foundation when it gets tested over and over and over, and you keep coming up with very similar or same results. Okay,
Mhm.
so that's like the whole aspect of science. First, you come out with a theory, right? And then you have a hypothesis, and then you test it over and over and over. And then when you keep coming up with the same results, that's when we start to view that thing as being fact, right? But
True.
it's true. Things can change as it goes down the line. But
As elevation, exactly, in nature.
but
Yep.
but I think what Howard is, I think we got to still look at him as a person. He's an actor. And I think he has, after the Empire and all the other mess that's going on, I think he needed some attention. And I think this is the way he gets his attention. But when you have somebody like, who's the physicist y'all just saying?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
When you have a physicist like that and telling you you're wrong, you got to listen. And like, you have to listen. And to sit there and try to get upset and not talk to him just shows that, he's not thinking on that level. He's not, you know what I mean? He's not coming up with new concepts like Einstein, E=mc². Like, that was before its time. Tesla, they had these theories. I would agree with you there that those people tapped into that godlike thought. You know what I mean? But Howard, I mean, he's talking about circles and the connections
Oh,
and all that.
hold on. I gotta be fair. He did send Neil deGrasse Tyson some of the Tesla like findings that he agreed with, and Neil deGrasse Tyson matter of fact, let me pull the video up. My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off. You've been quiet for a long time. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's all right. But I think he's just reaching out for some
Attention. Oh, I'm sorry, the mic cut out.
He's probably going
Your
through a
mic.
bad area. He'll come back in.
Oh. Yeah, like I said, I could be wrong, but just based off what I'm seeing and like what I know in life and how God works, that's what my perspective is saying. I think that he's just vibrating on a higher level.
Oh, I think I lost y'all.
There we go. We can
Okay.
hear you now.
Yeah.
Still there?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you. He
You can
can't
go.
hear. I think whenever he go through a bad area, I think whatever he come back and it's silent. Like he
Oh,
can't
okay.
hear. That used to happen to me a lot. I don't know what it is, but that used to happen. But let me show this video real quick.
Yeah.
So
So
I
I'm
want
not
to say he
saying that
talked
that's
about.
exactly that's what it is. I'm just that's to me an avenue that it could be. You understand what I'm saying?
But I know you're listen, I think I know exactly what this is. So you got to be careful with this, sister. You can't sympathize with somebody because everybody turns on them and they're deemed as crazy.
No. That's not what it is. No. That's not what it is at all. Based off my personal experience in life, because my story. Well, from what I shared with you.
Mhm.
So I understand how God works. All that stuff I told you, that was supposed to happen to me because those people had it all planned out. They executed it, and those were their intentions. They vowed that those things were going to happen to me over their dead body, right? God kept me away from all of it. He protected me. So that's what I mean. Just through my life experience and how I know God works, that's why I believe that could be an avenue that's really going on with him in his life, on his journey right now. It's not a sympathy vote, because that's not what it is. I just can see it from that perspective. That's all.
I hear you, and I think that this dude is vibrating so low, he sound like Clippers. You know how Clippers get, when they cut your hair, got that little.
Oh,
That's what he
goodness.
sound like.
Play the video. You wrong for that.
On his recent appearance on Joe Rogan.
I reached out to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was
Neil
like, hey,
deGrasse.
man, yeah, I'd love for you to come on my show, do my radio, do my TV thing. Would love that. I was like, yeah, but I've got something I want to introduce to you.
I got name checked because 8 years ago, he sent me a 36-page treatise.
And it was only 36 pages.
So this is Terrence Howard attempting to reinvent mathematics and physics. A little backstory there. I took initial interest in Terrence because my mother said to me, do you know Terrence Howard? I said, yeah, I know. You mean the actor? She said, yeah. Well, I heard him interviewed on NPR. On there, he said that like when he was a kid, he wanted to be like a scientist and study the universe. I said, well, that's cool. Okay, maybe we'll get him on Star Talk. We love talking to celebrities who have a soft geek underbelly. At the time, I didn't quite know how to get in touch with him, but we met at something called the Upfronts, which is where networks present their next season's TV shows.
I saw him at an event up front.
And then this came in my inbox. In this particular case, since I basically solicited it from him, I actually spent time reading every line of all 36 pages. And I commented. My comments are in red here. You see that? So I spent a lot of time on it. And I thought, out of respect for him, what I should do is give him my most informed critical analysis that I can. In my field, we call that a peer review. You come up with an idea, you present it either at a conference or you first write it up and you send it to your colleagues. It is their duty to alert you of things about your ideas that are either misguided or wrong, or there's the calculation that doesn't work out, or the logic doesn't comport. That's their job. Not all ideas will turn out to be correct. Most won't be. But to get to that point, you need to know things like, what has everyone else said about this same subject? Am I repeating someone else's work? Is this a new insight that no one else has had, but has foundations that are authentic or legitimate or objectively true? Am I making a false assumption? Am I making an assumption that someone else has already shown to be false? All of this goes on the frontier of science. Let me make it clear that I'm delighted when I see people with active minds trying to tackle the great unknowns in the universe. It's a beautiful thing that people want to participate on this frontier. What can happen is, if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong. And so there's this sort of valley in there, a valley of false confidence. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's the phenomenon where a little bit of knowledge, you over-assess how much of that subject you actually know. And then when you learn even more, you realize, no, I didn't know as much as I thought I did. So then there's a sort of a lull there. And then when you learn even more, you come back up. Ultimately, learning enough to know whether you were right or wrong. To become an expert means you spend all this time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires years and years of study, especially looking through journals where new ideas are published and contested. That's what we have learned is the most effective means of establishing that which is objectively true, or determining that which is objectively false. Both of those work hand in hand to move the needle on our understanding of the universe. I'm going to read you just my opening line here. It's titled 1 × 1 = 2. So I lead off by saying, This is an ambitious work that is a clear indication of a restless, active mind. Within these pages, however, there are many assumptions and statements that are underinformed, misinformed, or simply false, thereby compromising or nullifying many of the subsequent conclusions you have drawn. That's exactly what should happen in a peer review out of respect for one another's intellect. It opens with a quote from Terence. It can never occur that the square root of a given number, when added to itself, is greater than the initial number squared, for that would expose a loose thread within the fabric of our understanding, a loose thread capable of unraveling the very ground rules of mathematics. That's a bold statement. So then I just say, this opening thesis is false. There are plenty of examples of this that have escaped your attention. His statement is shown to be false for every number that's less than 1 and greater than 0. For example, the square root of 0.64 is 0.8. 0.8 is bigger than 0.64, and it's a larger number than the original. And 0.64 squared equals 0.4096, a smaller number than the original. To the extent that the next 35 pages depends on your stated thesis, this fact undermines your claims and assumptions and conclusions. It's not about feelings here. It's about objective reality. So at the time, I considered Terence a strong acquaintance. Then we hung out a bit and had much exchange. We haven't spoken much since then. But go to page 2, and in here, he mentions people who he declares were persecuted because their vision exceeded the myopic view of their contemporaries. And he mentions Walter Russell, Nikola Tesla, John Keeley, and many, many more. Regarding your list of people who have made brave sacrifices, I note that to be a genius is to be misunderstood, but to be misunderstood is not to be a genius. The work of Russell, Walter Russell, has eluded any experimental support, and the work of Keeley is generally not reproducible. Science is about reproducibility. I can have the most brilliant, crazy, fun idea ever, and if I perform an experiment and no one else can duplicate that experiment, it belongs in the trash heap. It's me in my own world, thinking I have landed on an objective truth, when in fact I haven't. That's how science works, the reproducibility of results. As for the work of Tesla, much of it had very real value to physics and our understanding of electromagnetism. And that value is duly recognized by my community in the naming of a unit of electromagnetism after him. You can't get more badass than having a unit named after you. Newton has a unit named after him, for example. The metric unit of force is a Newton. Much of the rest of his work was fringe and unrealized, either for violating known laws of physics or for being simply impractical. Just because you do some good stuff doesn't mean everything you ever did is going to be great. I will further affirm that just because an idea sounds crazy doesn't make it wrong. The system of research and publications in peer-reviewed journals has the capacity to spot crazy but true ideas, provided they're supporting by compelling arguments, and ultimately supported by experiments and observations. Newton's laws, Einstein's relativity, quantum physics were all revolutionary ideas that appeared in peer-review settings or journals. Meanwhile, most of the work of Russell and Keeley had no such success with their ideas. So I think on Rogan, Terence said that I trashed those three researchers.
Attack that I talked about Walter Russell and Victor Schauberger and John Keeley and Tesla as the people that I looked up to. So
Tesla.
he threw shit on he was like, well, Tesla stuff worked, but Tesla was never really respected and out there.
When I'm just simply stating the fact, I don't think of that as trashing. I think of that as being honest. I mean, I could have softened it, but I don't think that's what people who care about you should do. People who care will be honest with you about ideas, about thoughts. The world is changing so quickly, and so is everything around us. Unfortunately, we have chosen to remain handcuffed to antiquated and obsolete beliefs. We have put an enormous amount of faith into the methods and practices of old that are as dead today as the men who propagated the notion that the world was flat. So I say here, regarding your world was flat reference, it's not widely appreciated that the idea of a flat Earth predates the introduction and development of the methods and tools of science as we practice them today. Those processes date back to around 1600, coincident with the invention of the microscope and telescope. Before then, truths were whatever seemed right to the senses. Afterwards, and to this day, truth was whatever the verified data obtained by your instruments forced you to believe if your senses otherwise contradicted the data. This fact means that there's no such misunderstanding on the scale of the flat Earth in the era of modern science. And in multiple places throughout the treatise, he's attaching a number to a physical idea or a physical object. That idea goes way back, by the way. Go back to Pythagoras, famous for the Pythagorean theorem, which we all learned in 8th grade, was it, or 9th grade? Pythagoras was also a philosopher who tried to understand how things worked. He felt, among others in his group, that if you assign a number to something, the number can imbue that object with certain meaning and significance, which means then if you manipulate the numbers, that you gain insight into the objects themselves once you've assigned a number to it. There's a lot of that that permeates this document, but it's a long disproven approach to the world. Again, there's nothing wrong with a failed idea. Now other people know to not do it, right? That has value. If we place a candle in front of a mirror, the measurement of light is doubled, is it not? It does not measure as only one light source. We actually see two lights. A light meter will show twice the intensity of light. This is false.
He attacked it so with such vitriol.
Maybe that's too blunt. What else should I say? I'm a scientist. That's what I would tell a colleague who then say, would thank you, and then we go out for a beer after, because that's how that works. And
Yeah, we can stop it there. He I don't want to see Terrence Howard get roasted anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he
You know, it
completely
reminds
bodied
me of when I was younger and my mom used to call me in and make me get a switch off the tree. And she would just speak. Like he was getting cooked, but that was embarrassing, bro. Like he made him look sensitive too. It made him look sensitive. Like I ain't gonna lie, it made him look light skinned, bro. Let's call it what it is. It made him look super light skinned.
Oh, he excoriated it so harshly. All the man said was that is
He was
false.
kind of acting it.
You said what?
He was acting tough, man. I mean, you know, so you put yourself out there, it's all right, you know, but you got to take some criticism. And you have someone like Neil deGrasse is talking to you, you got to listen, not get all hurt.
But I mean, you gotta remember, we got a motherfucker in the White House who said that they were that they were aborting babies at 9 months, and so I mean, like, are we supposed to be surprised that somebody like this is being propped up? Because I don't know for a fact, but I'm almost certain there's some type of movement against anti-science establishment, and they're trying to prop up Terrence Howard to be their guy.
Maybe.
And that's
Didn't I hear him say something about he creating or has something about a new atom he's creating or something? Or was that just Iron Man 2 or 3?
a new Adam.
Not to be
No,
funny.
okay, yeah, he did talk about a flower being the key to life, and he found something that's gonna revolution. And he asked Terrence Howard is he's obviously on
didn't hear that.
psychedelics. You know what else he did? He was drinking some stuff, and he was like, "I'm sorry, Joe Rogan, hold on, it's the top of the hour," and he was drinking some stuff. He's like, "My wife has me drinking this stuff, and basically it takes all the toxins from your blood and heavy metals and stuff like that." And it's like, bro, ain't he like close to 50 years old?
Now, I'm not
Like,
going to
what
say
if-
he's wrong or he's right. I just,
What is the
really
job of your
advocate-
See,
Oh,
Swift? This is what I dislike about that. It's like the people who eat the they throw the yolk away, but then they eat the egg whites, and it's like, well, wait a minute. God created the egg with the yolk. Cavemen were not like, "Ooh, let me get rid of this." cholesterol. Like they would eat the entire egg. Like why
So
do
they didn't have the
everybody
mental
always out
capacity
try
to
to
know.
why do people out try to outsmart nature? Like for instance, right? Your organs, your livers, your kidneys, all those all those things, your skin, all those things function to filtrate stuff out of your body. You
Mhm.
don't need. We already have heavy metals, like we have iron in our cereal. Like we already have heavy metals in the environment that our body uses.
We got
We're from the
microplastics in our
environment.
water, Boxer Scholar.
Yeah, that's a completely different story. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about we already have heavy metals in our environment that is a part of us. For instance, trace minerals, they come from rivers flowing through rocks and grabbing the minerals from the rocks and integrating them inside of our water. So that's
Yeah,
why we drink that to get our trace
Don't
elements.
we?
natural
But
spring
doesn't
water.
our
Yeah,
blood doesn't our blood have
About
iron to help us
yeah.
like to
We
carry
we
oxygen to our blood? So like,
yeah
what
we
it
yeah.
have
seems
some
like
of the
what
elements.
metals is he talking about like extricating from his blood?
No, so you do have metals, other metals out there, but I mean our body will mercury. No, is mercury a metal? Don't quote me on that. That's something I don't know. I don't like misinforming people. Let me look it up. I know our body does filter mercury out though. That's why you get mercury poison from tuna. But I think it's a metal. But let me look it up. I want to be
I
100%
believe
sure.
it is, but it's like I don't want to say liquid form, but I think maybe because I don't really know for sure either.
That's the number 3 question in America. Yes, it's a metal. It's a heavy metal too. So
Yeah.
mercury is something that our body would try to filter out, but Marky Dan, it's just crazy to me. It's like people outsmart God, like I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and it's just like, bro, just live your life, bro. Everything causes cancer. Let's be honest. Um,
I
like you just basically playing Russian roulette from the
You
day
know,
you're
you know
born.
what they found, Boxer Scholar?
What's
They
that?
still smoking on average 80-year-old men or rather on average in Italy they live to they have much higher life expectancies than us in the United States, but they smoke cigarettes at almost 4 times the rate that we do in the United
In
States.
Italy,
Yeah.
it's because the olive oil.
I mean, I guess, but like you inhaling nicotine
Yeah,
and
but
fucking
you
weed
know why?
killer.
You know why? And you can look this up. It's because if you look at the effects of omega 3s on your body, it's anti-inflammatory and it protects from oxidative stress, and that's what you would get when you smoke cigarettes. And they look at cultures that have high diets in that, you know what I mean, and that makes a huge difference. So I think that is
Yep,
uh
your diet. And when he mentioned something about like the world being flat and everything, I remember I heard something about, well, not heard, I watched a what is this? I'm trying to think. I don't know why I'm having blanks. Uh it wasn't a podcast. It was a electric. And it was a guy, I guess, who he was so adamant that the world is flat, the world is flat. And then I guess he come to find out that it wasn't that the world was flat, it's just that the world had different planes. And I mean, he did like, that was his lifelong study. The world is flat, the world is flat. Like he advocated for that. And when he found out this new information, it's like he couldn't even accept it. And like he rejected it so much that he went paralyzed. And like he was in a wheelchair for the rest of his days. Like, so sometimes we may think we know what we know, and we can, do a whole 20-year Harvard Yale study on it just to be wrong in the end. So I'm not saying
so
Terrence Howard is right. I'm not saying he's wrong, but
He
clearly he's
wrong.
advocating. But clearly he's advocating for whatever he's saying and what he believes in. So all we can do is let time pass. And hey, he could very well be a Galileo or Einstein, and
no,
he's appreciated.
no.
I
So
said he could. It could be. We don't know that. All we can do is
So,
let time pass and tell us. So I'm
Man,
not saying
we
you're
do
right.
know
I'm not
that.
saying you're
Marky Dan,
wrong.
why you burnt? Why let that queen finish, Marky? See,
No, I
you
have a
you wouldn't
sore
see
throat.
that.
I'm just
This
coughing.
would
My bad.
no, this would have never happened if she was white. Let's be honest. But
He's being
but
You
caught.
and
He
you've
was
been
caught.
cutting her off as
Oh
well,
my.
you bastard.
no, sister. I mean, brother, don't do that. Don't do that. I just correct my queen every now and then, but I let her finish. You know, the real queen. No, not that.
We
Not
all
that.
be
Wait,
having opinions and we be eager to just, start talking. And we listen to each other. We just be eager to get our opinion in there. So
that's the
I know
thing.
nobody means any disrespect when we cut each other
You
off, and
think
it's
he
not
listening to you
it's
though?
not
He
intentional.
not listening.
So I
I
get
He
it.
not.
am listening.
He not listening, sister. He not listening. He waiting for the moment to cut you off so that whenever he go back to his queen, he can brag and be like, "You see the way I cut that nigga off?" That's what he gonna say. You see the way I cut that nigga off? I did it for you, sweetie.
Is he
But let me
white
not
or
get into that.
something? Because you talk
No,
about him like white.
Whoa.
no. He just a sellout. It's a different.
Oh.
But
I am a brother from the islands. I don't know what this
so-
guy is talking about. He's the
but,
coon. He's the
but hold
proud
on,
of
Mark,
El
hold on, Marky,
Cunio.
hold on.
Why do we have to do the separation? We both brothers and sisters. We don't
No,
have to do
no,
that.
no. But,
Ain't no
hold
brotherhood.
on. I was Marky, you know, made me forget my point that I was finna make with all this old crazy sad stuff, man. Hey, man, what was I finna say? You make the point, Marky Dan, since you won't talk so goddamn much. Go ahead, and make the point for me. See,
Well,
he
shit,
only
you
want
cut
to
me
talk when
off in
other
the
black.
middle. Well, I wasn't
He,
even talking. You just
see,
came out of
You
how I cut you
nowhere.
off
You
if you
just
wasn't
came out of
talking?
You didn't
nowhere
even give
to
him a chance to
criticize me.
respond.
Hold on, no. But he just came out of nowhere to criticize me for coughing while you were talking. Like that's how we
Yeah,
got to
because
this
you don't
point.
do it. You don't
Go
do that
ahead.
to that sister. Don't do that to that sister.
Shut your
You give
ass
that
up. Go
you give
ahead.
that sister the same respect that you gave that white queen.
I'm a
That's all I
goddamn
ask.
human being. I'm dealing with some stuff. God damn it. I can have a sore throat. Like, what's wrong with that? I can clear my throat if I want.
I
But
was
I
gonna
mean, you can
say he
ask
might
me
be
to
coming
mute.
under the weather. God forbid, but he
and
might
guess
be coming
what?
under the weather.
Guess what? The rumor is Bubba's under the weather at the same time as him, so I'm gonna think he play for the other team if he keep
They
coughing.
said
How
Now
about
Bubba.
that?
y'all keep saying this
They
Bubba.
said
Who's Bubba?
Bubba trying to dodge congressional contempt charges right now.
Who is
Bubba
Bubba?
For
Because
is
the only
South
Bubba I
Bill
know
Clinton.
is from In the Heat
Bill
of the Night.
Clinton.
That's the only Bubba I know.
Bill Clinton and
Bill
allegedly
Clinton is Bubba.
Oh,
Bubba was blowing Donald Trump according to the Epstein emails.
blowing.
Yep.
Blowing.
What?
Yep.
Look.
Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, emailed him back in 2018, and he said, "Does Putin being the president of Russia, who Donald Trump, for whatever reason, never insults, never has any name like little names for like the little guy from Russia. He never does none of that shit with Putin. It's always red carpet type of treatment, always reverent when talking about him." Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, asked him, "Does Putin still have the picture of Trump blowing Bubba?" Why would he? Why would that ever be something anybody would ever say, unless that picture did exist?
You can't just make that up. Like some things you just can't make up. So yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And then all of these folks is freaky as hell, and you already know they want a piece of you before they let you in the circle.
Hey, look, the top elites. We're gonna bring it back around to this. The top elites, they do spell work, a lot of it. And the main source that the main type of spell work they do is sex spell work. Anytime you having sex, that's spell work. That's just what it is. So that's
Nah,
why
they got the lawyer. They got the lawyer
that's
spell work.
I'm telling you, anytime you have sex, whether it's between you and your spouse that you love, or it's just some lust, you banging something on that you met at the club, it's spell work. They operate at that level. They operate on lust. So when they do all those rituals and spell work to try to take over the world and all of that, and all those parties, all those freak off parties, all of that is them conjuring up energy through all the sex that's going on in the room, through the
Who's gonna stop
energy of
them?
lust.
If they got that much power, who could stop them?
God,
The American
and
people.
that's what's
You know
going
what?
on
You
now.
know what this reminds me of? You remember Transformers when Tyrese was like, "Why do the Decepticons got to get all the good shit?" I feel like why do they get the spells? Why we get like why they got the sorcery?
It's
Why they
not
got
that
all
they
the?
get it. It's not
But
that
they
they
don't
get
got
it.
no sorcery or spell
No.
about this guy. I
It's not.
mean,
No, listen, seriously. It's not that they just get it. It's out there. It exists. The greatest trick the devil ever played was making us think he didn't exist. They have cut us off from it. They make us think it's witchcraft, it's black magic, it's the devil. It's not. Get in touch with your roots. Get in touch with your ancestors. Get in touch with your
You,
people. You have to know who you are. It's not that they get it. Spell work is a neutral thing. It exists. It's just a matter of, are you doing it or not? Are you aware of it? And then
It's
when you
not.
are doing it,
you,
what's your intentions when you're doing it? Do you have a good heart when you're doing it, or are you doing it out of wickedness?
I
so
don't.
that's a
That's
I
the
don't think
famous
it's
difference
quote.
spell
What
between
you
work.
good
said,
spell work and bad spell work.
you said
I don't think
a
it's spell
quote that's
work, man.
popular. You talked about, the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled. You know that was from like Exit Wounds, and I think it was Michael John White. I don't believe that quote. I believe the greatest trick that man ever pulled was blaming everything on the devil. Like
Exactly.
some people are just messed up people, and they want to blame everybody for their choices, so they don't have to face consequences.
I
They
agree
might just
because I agree
right.
because I was the same way. I was like, I'm not gonna let nobody slide with what they did because they gonna just blame it on the devil. No, the thing is, like that's why they say an idle mind is the devil's playground because he can put thoughts in your mind. He can go ahead and whisper in your ear and give you that bad idea that you know you shouldn't be doing. Which that's when the very idea that comes up of I know I shouldn't do this. This ain't right. That's God trying to talk to you. Now that's either you gonna listen to it or you're not. But the devil can come up and put ideas in you, and either you have a doorway or a portal open within you that allows him to come into you in your spirit and get in you and I don't want to say possess, but that's kind of what it is. I mean, you're still conscious and everything, but you're doing wicked stuff. You're doing the devil's bidding whenever you're doing that type of stuff. So it's not a
Let me.
matter of the person's not responsible. You definitely are responsible because in that moment you chose to do the wrong thing. You let that idea come in your head, and instead of just getting rid of it and shunning it away, you pondered on it. You thought about it, and then eventually it manifested into an action that you put out into the world. So, just for example, let's say uh, you a man who do something, he get an idea, and he do something wicked, right? Okay, well, he let the devil come in and use him for whatever that he wanted to do, whatever evil he wanted to do in that moment. And then guess what? When that man goes to jail for the rest of his life, he's going to be the one that has to pay for that. His physical vessel is what has to pay for that. The devil that entered him, that had him operating in that wickedness, it's going to flee. You think the devil going to sit up and spend, you think a devil or a demon going to sit up and spend 20 to 50 years in prison? Hell no. You're going to go out and find another vessel, another spirit to
But
try to get to.
that's why I say things like God is in the spirit of your children and how you protect and raise up your children. A lot of these individuals that go on to do these evil, sick things like
Mm-hmm.
violate women or murder
Mm-hmm.
women and then spread apart their body parts and stuff like that. That
Mm-hmm.
that's stuff that was that like
But
that's
you have to
stuff that
be
was
so
floating
graphic,
around in their
Marky Dan.
brains at a what?
Why you gotta be so graphic, like with the crimes and stuff? And look,
Oh
Because
man,
yeah,
stop
because
crying,
this
nigga. Stop
this
being a
happens.
baby.
Hey,
Marky Dan,
I was
Marky
gonna
Dan. Hold on,
use
hold on, hold
I
on,
was
hold
gonna
on, hold
use
on, hold
rape
on.
as an example, but I didn't want to be
No,
extreme. That this
you
happens.
definitely can't
I didn't
say
even
that
say the word.
word.
I said
Okay,
violation.
okay,
Like, what
okay,
are we
okay,
talking about here?
okay. So what we're gonna do, YN, is we're gonna bring it down.
You a
That's the first.
baby.
That's the first thing we're gonna do. You the only baby on the panel. Expect like literally, like you're 8, like you're
Oh,
12.
why you using such nasty words, Marky Dad? Why you
Marky
had to
Dan.
say that? Shut your
This is
ass up.
Marky Dan. This is why my baby subscribed to like some random ass YouTube channel because he wants to watch baby videos, and their YouTube pops up on mine notifications before yours because you use certain words that YouTube does
I
not
can't
like.
say violation. I can't say spreading around body parts. Those are words that can get you taken down, Boxing Scholar.
What do you think?
If so, they well, you know what, Baggy Scholar, you have yourself a great and amazing show. I ain't gonna fuck up your panel no more. The Queen, Miss Swifty, is doing a great job explaining her stance. So since
Well,
I'm a
thank
little bit
you.
too adult for the PG-13 club up here on the Boxing Scholars channel, I'ma head out and get to work, man. Salute to the Boxing Scholar. Salute to everybody that came through, man.
your sugar cane chopping ass on
You a
there.
goddamn coon. You a
I hear
goddamn
you.
coon.
See, but
You a
how
Hey,
can
goddamn
those
coon.
words not get you flagged though? I mean, the N word been said, coon, all that. Those things
Exactly.
don't get flagged, but
no,
other
they
stuff do.
no.
That's
I
crazy
literally,
to me.
But violation will get flagged.
Marky Dan,
Just
what I told you is why you had to get so graphic with the chopping up the limbs and doing all this other stuff. That like yeah.
Man, you a goddamn little baby.
just say
Boxer Scholar.
dismemberment.
I
I'm gonna
hear you.
check you later, Boxer Scholar. You a great
All
guy.
right.
Take it
All right.
easy.
All right.
Have a blessed day.
All right. So what I was saying is, so one time I posted on my community wall, I posted YouTube response, and it was basically like I can't remember, I challenged something or something. It was like, hey, basically it's okay to disrespect black people. This is kind of like I'm paraphrasing, but it kind of said these words. It's okay to disrespect black people, and even or you know what? I think they might have flagged me for saying it. Somebody saying the N-word. I can't remember. And that was like, even though it's considered normalized to disrespect black people, you have to be careful. Something to that nature. So yeah. I mean, they show King Von. They had King Von's picture of his his funeral floating around, and nobody has flagged it or anything. So yeah, the respect for us. I mean, I don't have to say it out loud. They definitely disrespecting us is normalized amongst everybody, even the people that just come over here that don't even know black people. They ain't put no blood, sweat, and tears in America. Like it's normalized for them to disrespect us. So yeah. So, but no. So yeah, you do have to be careful with certain words, and I keep having to remind Marky Dan crazy ass. You know what I mean? Marky Dan, watch what I tell you. Even when Marky Dan start getting traction on YouTube, he gonna have to start all the way over because he don't abide by YouTube rule. He get mad at it. Like getting mad at it ain't gonna fix it. You on YouTube's platform. You got to chill out. But yeah, man. Long story short, today's episode, because we're coming up on the 12th hour. I wanted to end it at 12 because I'm gonna be back later on, and I want to do something more lighthearted. I was gonna do that episode today. I was gonna do, just typical gender stuff, men and women. Huh?
I saw that.
I was gonna do that today, but then this popped up. I'm like, they done shot somebody else. Well, might as well go ahead and dive head first into this. So I pushed that live back to today. So that'll be the live that I'm doing.
Yeah,
So,
and the fact that it's two people now, because I think the first one was supposed to have been the one that shook the world. It was supposed to get that reaction.
yes,
Now it's two
yes,
people, and he's
yes,
American citizen. They really trying to get a reaction up out of us, boy.
yeah. So, yeah, and that's that, and the reason why you're gonna get a lot of tensions and a lot of standoffs is because the first thing is gonna, like, Americans want, they want even they want the illusion that they're gonna do something. Like just the wash your hands and just disregard this American citizen pisses most Americans off. Like even in the chat, and I did a chat before, and with this with the same audience, I'm guessing, right? And I said that Donald Trump doing a good job, and it was like 50-50, which is wild to me, right? But I just did. Do you do people approve of the treatment of ICE soldiers to American citizens? And a majority said no. So I mean, maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope.
Yeah, man. It's just I just know what I know personally what's coming for America. Basically we're a modern day Roman Empire, and our empire is coming to an end, and that's just what it is. And the ones who run this empire, they trying to fight tooth and nail for it to stay up and running how they want it to go. But they're not bigger than God's program. So hey.
I don't know. I think when we start invoking, this is the reason why the founders wanted a separation of state, church and state is because the person that is doing the oppression is going to justify their actions through superiority or through religion. So I mean, I see why now, because like we talked about earlier, one of the people that was brave enough to pull up to the panel, I ain't gonna say his name, still in the chat, but he's not here to defend himself. But he was basically saying, yeah, I have remorse, but remember it was a whole bunch of buts, and it's like, bro, you either have remorse or you don't. It's as simple as that. Like listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. When CK died, I didn't even pretend to have remorse. I didn't. I thought what he was. I was saying CK because I didn't want to say the name.
Oh,
to get
I'm
the line.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So yeah, when
I
he
didn't pick
passed
up on the
away.
cues.
So when he passed away, I didn't want to. I didn't even pretend like I really was sad or anything, because I wasn't. I felt like what he did was really detrimental. Like, he did a bunch of misinformation, punching down, and he had a public platform and he was marketing off of it. He was accusing people of being grifters while grifting and punching down on a vulnerable community like the Black community, right? So I did not really, I wasn't that sad, especially whenever you didn't have to do that. He had already made it. Okay, your point was already proven. You're rich, Black people bad, you good, you savior. We get it, right? Now you're super rich millionaire. Why are you still going to college campuses saying, prove me wrong? Like, what is the obsession with that? He was a professional arguer. It's weird.
Was a millionaire doing that?
Yeah, he got rich. He got rich doing that.
Oh,
Multi-millionaire.
I didn't know that. Okay. Okay then.
And his last words was still talking about Black on Black crime. Like, he spent his last breath criticizing Black people. Like, that's what he, and it's like, it's like I said, it's insane. But that at least his wife got to see justice. She got to see the justice system at work. Even the president was consoling her. Even JD Vance got off the couch. If y'all guys know, got off the couch to console her. And she's going to see justice done. There's not going to be any justice in this case. And the sad part about it is the wife is going to forever live with guilt, because she's going to feel like this is her fault. Because she's going to feel like, if I never got out the car, it's going to be a whole bunch of resentment and regret and a whole bunch of stuff. And she's not going to even see that officer, ICE officer or ICE agent go to trial. And that's the sad part about it. That's the most sad part about it, in my opinion, that she didn't even get to really grieve. And the president was already out there calling her a domestic terrorist, and all of them are coming out and saying she tried to run him over with her car. And like I said, her body is still in the morgue. Like, she ain't even in the ground yet. It's the saddest thing in the world, as far as the from the group.
Oh, sorry.
No, you good.
I just feel like, well, not feel like, but from my perspective, it just seems or it appears that they just have a free pass to do whatever they want, and is get off clean ticket. I mean, we see it. It's going on. It just happened.
And like I said, that's the whole part of the whole reason for the protest of BLM was that, hey, we're Americans, we're going to exercise our right, and we're going to protest this because, we don't want police officers to be out there doing this to American citizens. And ICE agents said, hold my beer. Let's operate with immunity. They won't even, like I said, police officers are held to a higher standard. They shoot, they're presumed that they are, guilty, right? Until proven innocent by internal affairs that are investigating them, and it has to prove that it was justified, and they have to articulate. And then they're like, okay, well then, yeah, after reviewing the totality of evidence, yes, it was justified. It was a justified killing on the job. They're not even going through a process. They don't even have a process for this, because this is kind of unheard of. Like, they do have in custody deaths, but it's only like allergens and stuff like that. This is, I mean, there's been the most deaths under this administration. That right there is telling. That you have more deaths under this administration, probably, I think total, that like ever. I think they've had like 100, maybe 50, something like that. And then in this administration alone, they've had 50 already. Like China, it's something like that. I looked these numbers up recently. And like I said, don't take me at face value. I have been up a long time, but it's been a lot of deaths under this administration. Is the point taken? And that's crazy.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm, got to do what every other American doing is just got to wait and see what happens, So it's just a lot going on. Too many moving pieces.
He said we had 2 legal scholars say it was justifiable. Nah, that's not what we said, Dex. I mean, me and Watkins was basically saying that we don't know that we don't know that we think that he'll walk. But I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought Derek Chauvin was gonna walk. You just never know. It's based on the jurors. It's based on the totality of the evidence if he goes to court, but he's not going to court. That's the point we were making also. Court of public opinion, if he was to theoretically go through the process of going to court for this shooting, then maybe he walks. Maybe. There's no guarantee because there is a lot of evidence that you just never know what the jurors are going to see or say. But
that's crazy.
We can say justified.
That's crazy because we see with the unedited video, untampered video, what took place. We got eyes to see, and the fact that he could still go to court and possibly get off because of some jurors, and we know how they select jurors. The fact that an attorney could argue and make up whatever they want to that falls under the law to try to convince you that you didn't see what you saw on video and he could get off, or like you said, internal affairs could deem that it was justifiable even though we saw what we saw on camera. It's just crazy. It's ridiculous. We just need a new system in place. That's the bottom line.
The system is functioning exactly the way it's supposed to, sister.
We're so used to this system that we can't fathom anything else.
No,
That's
I'm
another
not
part
talking.
of it too.
I don't think it's grand for us, but if you look at the wealth gap, how it's increasing, how the middle class is shrinking, you look at everything and you're like, hey, okay, yeah, this is the way it was. And then you look at these people in the comment section that put F around and find out, but was trying to cancel people and starting groups where they were reporting people when CK died, and people were saying F around and find out. You can't make this up. Can't make it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna do something lighthearted later on tonight. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit the notification bell, and make sure you pull up to the live. We're gonna do something a little lighthearted unless there's more developments. Now, what I'm hoping is there's not more developments, and I have to do a follow-up episode because I want to do something light the next episode. A little gender, a little, how were you raised, family values, what do you believe women should do, role of men type stuff, because those are more simplistic, right? So
Yeah.
I want to do that. So hopefully nothing develops, but if it do, then we're gonna have to shift the conversation to the more serious stuff. But until that time, we're gonna get some final words. We're gonna get up out of here. Hopefully, I see you guys not tonight. If not, I'll see you on the next one. What's the final words?
I just want to say thank you again for having me. I enjoyed the dialogue again as I did last time. I do plan on joining tonight, but if anything happens, I can't, then that's why. And overall, I just say, like I said last time, put God first, and He will help you. He will bring you through. As long
Amen.
as you put God first.
Amen. Mr. Watkins, you there, brother? I see you came off on mute, but we can't hear you. You got some headphones in or something? You might have to hit the refresh button. Shout out to Mr. Watkins. Yeah, it's time for me to go to sleep. I'm over here talking like okay, we can hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I was just thanking you for hosting. It was a good pleasure. It was my pleasure and to listen to you guys. I'm a member now, so I'll be joining in and listening in with you.
Appreciate you, brother. Member. It didn't even show me you became a member. That's crazy. But thank you, brother. Appreciate you becoming a member. Appreciate your dialogue as well. Yeah, hopefully we'll catch you on the next one, man, because you definitely have some good viewpoints and interesting and definitely something to add. And also my sister Swift, Pittsburgh T, red, we call Pittsburgh T red pill T now. He completely converted. Everybody that pulled up today, even Dex crazy ass, you know, he had a different perspective from the other side. So everybody, I can't remember everybody. It's been a long line. But everybody that pulled up, man, I appreciate all y'all, man. Y'all made this possible. And I hope, like I said, hopefully on the next one. If not, we'll catch you on the one after that. But in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna let Ray J serenade y'all soul. If y'all ain't ever had y'all soul serenaded before, man, let me tell y'all, Ray J gonna take y'all there. But anyway, man, I'll catch y'all on the next one. It's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
Y'all have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love. So tell me, pretty baby, I make one wish and I wish it all on you.